Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Welcome to UTAS Stadium here in northern Tasmania. The great picture here of the ground, bathed in sunshine. It's a great arena, and we're looking forward this afternoon or this evening to a great clash here, one that could define the finals here in this Cricket Tasmania Premier League T20 competition between North Hobart, the visiting team, and the Greater Northern Raiders. With me in commentary this evening, g'day Richard Bennett.
Evening, Dave, and what a great day of cricket has been so far, both here and elsewhere, and we're playing for keeps tonight.
We are, and we'll go through that scenario. Let's do that first up, because today we had two games here, and earlier on the Greater Northern Raiders defeated Lindisfarne in the first game, comfortably by around 30 runs, and in the second game it was a good win then to North Hobart over Lindisfarne. So the ladder as it stands, and we have some games still in progress, one that's well and truly in progress down there at Newtown versus University, but at the moment North Hobart, with their win against Lindisfarne, have secured a place in the final. They're on 9 points, and they can't be topped, so they're definitely in the top two, and will be in the final on the 20th of January. University of Tasmania at the moment are on 8 points, South Hobart Sandy Bay on 7, and they've finished their games, so they've played their 6 games. Greater Northern Raiders on 6. So let's focus on that. If the Raiders can beat North Hobart this evening, they'll draw level with University on 8 points, then come down to net run rate, and the net run rates at the moment are fairly close. So you'd think that if University lost and the Raiders won, the Raiders would leapfrog them on the net run rate and finish in second place. But of course it all depends on how Uni are going. And at the moment, if we look at that score, University made 7 for 118 from their 20 overs. And Newtown, 2 for 19 off 5.3 overs. So they need another 100 runs, exactly, from just under 15 overs. So that's going to go right down to the wire. But if Newtown managed to get up, they had a good win earlier today over South Hobart Sandy Bay, and the Raiders can win, the Raiders will make the T20 final, which would be a great highlight for the fledgling club in the competition.
Oh, look, it would. That would, of course, be the first time the northern half of the state has been represented in a Premier League final, and it would be another opportunity and another experience for our young players to step it up a level. So, look, they played really well this morning, particularly with the ball. They bowled well and fielded exceptionally well, and so they've every right to go into this match against a really strong North Hobart side, full of hope and expectation, and with some permission to really show us what they've got. So fantastic conditions here, of course, at UTAS. A beautiful night for cricket, and we're looking forward to the contest.
Sure are, and earlier on today it was a great opening partnership of 61 between Sam O'Mahony and also Miles Barnard. Miles Barnard scored 80. He batted right through the innings. So if they can recapture that form, it's going to go a long way to helping the Raiders secure this victory this evening. But North Hobart, I know they're a great side. Some great names in there. We've got Caleb Jewell, Alex Pycroft, Corey Murford, Ben Fraser. So there's a lot of talent in that North Hobart team. So we'll see how they go here this evening. They're wearing their Demons colours of red and navy blue, same as the footy team down there at North Hobart. They're also called the Demons.
And the Raiders, of course, in our orange and grey.
Yep.
The Raiders are batting, and Miles Barnard is taking strike.
So about to get underway. This is City Park Radio. Dave Moore and Richard Bennett. Carlisle, first ball of the game, is bowled in. So Barnard chopped back on. He went for the cut shot, and he's played it on. And the first wicket has gone down here at UTAS Stadium, and the Greater Northern Raiders are 1 for none.
Old gold chocolates this morning, and something well short of boiled lollies for Barnard. The ball was close to him. He went to run it down to third man, but just dragged it on.
That's a huge blow.
Miserable game cricket.
Yeah, that's a huge blow. Man who scored 80 runs earlier today. It was a backbone of the innings. The innings of 153 for 5. They scored against Lindisfarne, and now it's 1 for none.
No matter how many you score, you always start your next innings on 0.
That's right.
James Simpson's the incoming batsman, and he's from Riverside. Also missed out this morning, but he'll look to make a start and then give permission for the very aggressive Sam O'Mahony at the other end.
So might hear the whirring of a model car down here below, or a remote control car.
Christmas
Kids
present,
down,
I reckon, Dave.
Kids are playing down in front. So a few spectators in. And of course, ground still bathed in sunshine. Lights will take effect probably in the second innings.
Moving a second slip in, and they can afford to be attacking, of course. 1 for none after 1 ball.
Ian Carlisle starts his run in, long run up. In the field restriction circle he starts. He comes in now to bowl to Simpson, who just lets it go. There's 2 slips now. So they're right on the attack in North Hobart. And Carlisle this year played all the games in first grade. 13 wickets, average of 27.8, best of 4 for 19. So having a pretty good season in Carlisle.
They've got a good attack, North Hobart. They, of course, also have Alex Pycroft and Ben Fraser, both Northern boys by origin, of course.
As Carlisle this time beats Simpson outside the off stump. He flirted that one straight through to the keeper. Yes, Ben Fraser, it's St Pat's student originally, and Alex Pycroft from Grammar.
Yep, and both Launceston Cricket Club players, and of course went to Hobart. Well, I can't say they went to Hobart because there wasn't an opportunity up here. Maybe it was right for each of them, and so long as it was, that's a good thing. But of course the Raiders concept is all about making sure that everyone has an opportunity to play at the higher level.
It's a shorter ball, and Simpson just goes back in defence. This is shaping up a little bit as a wicket made, and the way it's going here. So losing early wickets in T20 games is an issue. That's what has happened in Newtown in their game, and they're now 3 for 33 off 7. So they've lost a wicket of Mupawira, bowled by Lees. So the game in the balance. There's a nice shot here from Simpson, but well fielded on the follow-up by Carlisle. But they'll get their first run, the Raiders. Simpson drives down the ground. It's 1 for 1. Just joined us, the first ball of the innings. Miles Barnard looking for the cut shot, played it onto his stumps. And loss of that early wicket. It's just meant that James Simpson just has had to go on the defensive a little bit in this over. 1 ball remaining for Ian Carlisle. He's got lovely action, Richard.
Yeah, very uncomplicated. Not much will go wrong with that.
Pumps the arms now, comes in, right arm over to Omani, who drives through the covers. Beautiful shot, that'll go away for 4. Right in the slot there for that cover drive. And a warm round of applause as that ball goes into the boundary. So 1 for 5 off the first over here at UTAS Stadium.
As far as first overs are concerned, you couldn't have anything more different than the first over of this morning's game, where the bowling was wide. Miles Barnard took 2 boundaries off the over, and I think there might have been 13 or 14. Whereas Carlisle was right on the money. That last ball in the slot and was punished. But of course they snared the wicket first up. So as you say, 1 for 5.
So coming to the attack now is Rob McMillan, who's the coach of North Hobart Cricket Club.
And a really experienced Premier League player.
Looks like he's going to bowl maybe a seam up. Not sure if he's a spinner or not, but his run-up's a bit long for spinner. Is he going to be an off-spinner? Yep. So he's going to come right arm over from the city end of the ground. Test match, I think it's stumps now. Australia 2 for 103. So about a nearly 200 run lead there going into day 4. So McMillan, his 2 fielders out, deep mid on and deep mid wicket. So Simpson faces his first ball. He hits down the ground confidently. Just get the 1, but that was in the air for a little bit. But was nowhere near the right hand of McMillan, so he gets a run for it. Gets his second run. It's 1 for 6 in the second over. A little bit aerial.
Yeah, look, he got his hands through it well, though, and controlled it reasonably well. It's just, important to be constantly looking to get up the other end, especially having lost an early wicket. Don't expect Sam Omani to die wondering, though. He'll play really aggressively. The field's quite different to the left-hander Omani.
Didn't quite get going this morning, did he?
No.
He played well. I mean, they put on 61, but didn't quite find the middle.
No, he didn't. Barnard took the initiative and Omani the back seat, but he's played just one ball in this innings and got it right out of the middle.
Well, this time to Omani. That beats him outside off stump. That's turned.
It did look like it held in the wicket. In the pitch. I'm sorry, Chris Bassano, who corrected me earlier today. It's the pitch, not the wicket.
Keeper is Caleb Jewell, the captain, as McMillan comes in. It's time to Omani. Hit on the pad, half-hearted appeal. Ball deflects onto the onside. They run through for a leg bye, I suspect. Yes. So 1 for 7 in the second over. Newtown starting to put on a few runs. They're 3 for 44 off 8. So Vince has come in and scored 16 off 11, so increasing the run rate there. McMillan this time to Simpson. He goes back, plays on the offside, hits too forcefully. Can't get the run. So great scene here. Colourful uniforms, the white ball flinging about. Great to see T20 cricket on UTAS Stadium. So he goes back this time, cuts, gets an under edge, straight through to the keeper on the bounce. Just a bit off balance in that shot, Richard.
Yeah, it looked like it rushed through a little bit, but at least that ball's got to find a gap for one.
It's a very really tight offside field there, isn't it?
Really important not to get stuck. Simpson already is at 2 off 7, Dave.
Next ball from McMillan. Simpson flicks it wristily, goes off for a single, trouble. He might have made it back. No, he's run out. He had a big dive. Would have gone to the TV umpire, but the umpire was satisfied. So sharp fielding there. I think that might have been the number 7 there, and Riley May, who executed that fielding, got it back into the keeper, and Caleb Jewell did the rest. A bit of a wasteful dismissal there of James Simpson. He slipped, attempting to turn back, and that really cost him in the end.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he tried to turn on the wicket, which of course can sometimes bring you unstuck or in the grass just to the side of it. But he was sent back early enough by Omani. Yes, it was the slip that cost him. He made a desperate effort to get back, but Northern umpire Scott Witters was satisfied that he was short of his ground.
So, in a lot of trouble now, the Raiders, 2 for 7, and we finished the second over. So this is a big partnership here. Captain Ollie Wood strides out to the crease. Of course, I didn't want to mention it, but the Raiders had their worst batting performance of the season this year against North Hobart. They were dismissed for 42.
You didn't have to mention it. You say you didn't want to. But
I did. North Hobart supporters are listening, so I've got to be even about this. So nice shot here this time from Omani. Gets it through. That might run out towards the boundary. He's very strong on the offside. It crosses the line now. Beautiful cut shot there from Sam Omani. And there's one player that can keep them in this game and score quickly. We know it's Sam Omani. So, a boundary there, 2 for 11. That was the first ball of the third over. Should have mentioned that Ian Carlisle is continuing the attack after his fine first over.
I can't express this enough, but these young men are so fortunate to be playing in this excellent facility. The ground's an absolute picture. The wicket's true. It really adds to their opportunity and their experience.
Carlisle bouncer. That'll probably be a wide. It was down leg side. And a bit of a retaliation to that last ball, but he's cost his side a run there.
Not sure if that was a so-called slower bouncer or whether he just got it horribly wrong. But high and well wide.
So you listen to City Park Radio 103.7 and 96.5. Our online stream or via the YouTube. Here comes Carlisle again to Omani. Oh, just no foot movement there. And we saw that this morning, Richard. Sometimes he just plants those feet and just waves at the ball.
Yes, when it's in his arc or in his zone, it looks pure and sweet. But when it's not and he needs to invent something, then he can get himself in a little bit of a tangle, as he did on that occasion.
So Carlisle, probably the longest of the run-ups we've seen here today. But a lovely rhythmical action. We'll check the score down at Newtown versus Uni in a moment. But Carlisle this time to Omani. He jumps in the air. Oh, he sets off for a single. Really wasn't there. His hustling in was Rob McMillan. So no run. So just checking the score in this really crucial game, Uni versus Newtown. It's now 4 for 53 off 9 overs. So the run rate required is still around that 6, but they've now lost the 4 wickets. Vince is still there with 25 off 15. So
sounds like Vince is our
chance. From a Raiders point of view, absolutely. Carlisle again to Omani. This one is a bit shorter. So they go for a single, risky, direct hit will be trouble. Wasn't. They took the risk. It was a side-on shot. He missed the stumps. There did Bradley Smith. So they got through for the single.
It looked like Wood was always reluctant to go, but Marnie just kept pleading with him to come. And
I suppose you're gambling there on the side-on shot, but the players practice their fielding so much these days that there's a good odds that they're going to hit even from side-on.
Speaking of good odds with run-outs, didn't the Australians capitalise on their opportunities today?
Fantastic.
Just extraordinary fielding. Well done.
So Carlisle this time to Ollie Wood. Oh, he's beaten outside off stump. Not a lot of foot movement there. He indicates that it moves off the wicket. Another good over there from Carlisle. It's 3 overs gone here at UTAS Stadium. In fact, there's 1 ball to go, beg your pardon. So 1 ball to go on the 3rd over. It's 2 for 13. Omani on 9. Wood yet to score. 2 players out. Barnard, fortunately, out first ball for naught, and Simpson for 2. They bat deep, the Raiders, but they just need to get off here to a solid start, get through to that 10th over and build from there. As Wood this time plays defensively to point, and he can't get any run. That's the end of the over now. It's 3 overs down, 2 for 13. So nice tight start here from North Hobart, Richard.
Yeah, it is tight, and there's not going to be any freebies today for the Raiders. We've had 2 overs from Carlisle, and the bowler from the other end has also been tidy. We know that they've got Fraser and Pycroft still to come. Not sure who will take the 5th set of 4 overs, but it'll be hard work to achieve the acceleration that we enjoyed toward the end of the innings of the game this morning. But so they'll just need to work it around for the next few overs. Make sure that we have enough firepower for those last 5 or 6.
So both opening bowlers bowling the 2nd over. McMillan to Omani. He launches this over mid-off. Might not have got full purchase on it, but it's going to get to the boundary. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, and into the fence now. So chance his arm there, did Sam Omani. Hits his 3rd boundary.
That's his go, and you're right. He didn't get full purchase, but to give you an idea, it was just a metre or so in front of the boundary. What is a long boundary over long off towards the city end.
It's right in the slot. This time Omani plays in the onside.
Well
for a single. He's kept the head down that time.
Yeah, the old blokes like that. Hit a boundary aggressively and then take the one in the next delivery. Yeah. So well played. 2 for 18. Now it's important for Wood just to keep rotating the strike whilst he gets in, rather than being stuck at the one end for the remainder of the over.
Still in the power play, as we mentioned in the first game today. It's a 6 over power play in this competition. And this time playing forward is Wood. Plays at a backward point, fielded there by Brad Smith. So McMillan wasting no time. Coach of the North Hobart Cricket Club. This time it's a bit shorter. Wood around the corner. They set off for a single, and of course the fieldsman around there right onto it. That's very sharp work there by Ian Carlisle, the big fast bowler. He got there very quickly.
We can see how sharp the North Hobart fielders are. We thought the Lindisfarne were perhaps a little bit tardy this morning, but North Hobart all over it.
Next ball, Wood drives down to mid-off. He's just getting a bit tied down at the moment, is Ollie Wood. No need to panic just yet, but as Richard said, he needs to give that strike as much as he can to Omani. So just a field change there for the last couple of balls. It's now an easy single if he wants it through mid-on. Doesn't go there. He flashes it through point. That's a beautiful shot from Ollie Wood. A bit wider, that one. And a one-knee Kim Hughes-like cover drive straight to the point boundary.
Kim Hughes-like, wasn't it?
I never forget the centenary test in 1980. He was getting down on one knee and hitting him through the covers. One of the best innings I've seen. He also had a good one around that time against West Indies on the MCG. It was the same day that Dennis Lilly took those wickets at the end. And I think West Indies were 4 for 11 or something. Close of play, same day. Never forget it.
It wasn't the centenary test when Kim Hughes...
It was the English centenary test.
Oh.
It was the one over there in 1980. I think
There
it was,
we go.
yeah.
Yes, because our centenary
Yeah,
test
sorry, I
was
should clarify
1977.
that. Yeah, yep.
Wasn't it? I remember I
Yeah.
had the poster on the back of my bedroom
Yep.
wall until I was about 24.
Probably still got it somewhere. As coming in a bowl now is Alex Pycroft. He's played a bit for Tassie, of course, and flashing at this is Omani straight through to the keeper. Yeah, so he played quite a number of Shield games in a row there, Richard, Alex Pycroft.
Yes, he was really going well. He's an employee of Cricket Tasmania and a champion young man. Still works with some of the school programs, I understand.
Yep.
And
Tall bowler.
terrific contributor to the sport.
Not a quick bowler, but...
shapes it very nicely, though, when conditions suit him.
as he hits on the offside. He reminds me of a bowler who used to play with Tassie, Ben Target.
Does he?
Yeah. Tall player, not quick, but just nagging accuracy.
Another man from the north.
Yep.
Targs. Goes well in business, I think, in Hobart. And a board member of Cricket Tasmania.
In comes Pycroft again, this time to Omani, who's just getting a bit tied down himself now. They go for a single. Pretty well run in the end. Ollie Wood called him through, and he's just dropped at the feet. Managed to make it through.
No space for Omani there for his natural arc.
That's right.
So very smart bowling.
2 for 23. Wood on 4, Omani on 15. So coming over the wicket now is Pycroft to the right-handed Wood.
Coach of the women's team, Darren Simmons, just walking past. The girls have got a big game tomorrow back here at UTAS Stadium, a 50-over game.
Yep, I think we mentioned in our earlier call that some good players playing in that game tomorrow, as Wood is tucked up by Pycroft, who started very well this fifth over. So as we just check the Newtown University score, I do it nervously, and that's 5 for 58 off 11 overs now. So Vince has been dismissed. LBW by Don Rawlings, another Northerner.
There we go.
They're everywhere. As this one is a bit shorter, Wood turns it round the corner, and they'll get themselves a single. 2 for 24. So what have we got? 9 overs left, and they still require some 60 runs. So still not a bad run rate, but the 5 wickets down could be the big issue there. We'll wait and see. We'll keep checking that one. If you've just joined us, if Newtown beat Uni and the Raiders win, they make the final. As this time it's down leg side. That'll be a wide acrobatic stop there from Caleb Jewell. So 1 ball left in the 5th over. Been a glorious day here in northern Tasmania, around mid-20s. Warmer tomorrow and even warmer still on Monday. So Pycroft round the wicket to Omani. Tucks him up again. Great bowling, Alex Pycroft. That's the end of the 5th over. Just the 3 off it. You're listening to City Park Radio 103.7 and 96.5. We'll take a break. Back in just a moment.
Tasmania, we've done well keeping on top of COVID, but there is always a risk someone in our community has the virus. Testing is our only way to pick up a COVID case and helps us act fast to stop the spread. If you have symptoms, get tested. Do your part to protect yourself, your loved ones and your community, particularly those at high risk. Call the Public Health Hotline on 1800 671 738, contact your GP or visit coronavirus.tas.gov.au.
A sponsor of City Park Radio.
Ben Fraser into the attack now for the Demons.
Yet another Northerner, and has been plying his trade in Hobart for some seasons now. Ex-Launceston Cricket Club member and very good seam-up bowler. Yes,
into the experience sort of age now as he bowls this time, and Ollie Wood squeezed it down to third man. Didn't mean it to go there, but it certainly got himself a single there as it comes down to Rob McMillan. Yeah, so Ben Fraser this season bowled a fair few overs. There's 19 wickets, average of 25.1. Solid performance, best bowling of 3 for 30.
And a very good year last year as well. Just rock solid.
So coming round the wicket now to Omani, and just looking at Pycroft's over and his line there to Omani, I think a lot of the bowlers are going to do that. And of course, the higher level you go up, the more that your weaknesses or frailties get exposed. As in comes Fraser and Omani, that's off an edge. You're going to get away with it as it flies over third man. No one deep in that position, so they might come back for 3 here as the ball's stopped by Patrick Page, and they do. So Omani a tad lucky there.
That's right. Both of the seam-up bowlers coming around the wicket to cramp the left-hander Omani, just trying to take that natural arc away from him, and he got a bit squeezed that time, but got enough on it to get it over the man on the circle at 45, and it ran away for 3.
So it's time to Wood bowls Fraser. It's down leg side. Should be a wide, or was there some sort of contact? There might have been some contact there. Ollie Wood's looking around. So did it brush a thigh pad or something?
Well, not according to the expression Ollie Wood gave us, but that could be the only reason that it wasn't called wide.
5 for 66 Newtown. As in comes Fraser to Wood. Flashes at that one, slow ball. Off-pace delivery.
Oh, this umpire's not doing us too many favours here. He marched off as if he was certainly about to call wide there, but
he was contemplating it.
Kept his arms down.
Scores 2 for 29 in the 6th over. Wood on 6, Omani on 18. And after losing those couple of early wickets, the consolidations happen, but they might have to just press the accelerator a little bit here in a minute. As Ollie Wood plays nicely into the covers, finds the gap and gets himself a single. So Newtown require another 53 runs off 7.5 overs.
Close enough if good enough.
Absolutely.
Dave.
At the moment are Sartori and Hasib. Round the wicket. Again to Omani is Fraser. Last ball, the 6th over. That's leg side, that's a poor delivery, and that'll be a wide. The score goes up to 2 for 31. So, very still night here now in Northern Tasmania. A bit of wind in the wind socks, but beautiful conditions for cricket. Ground still bathed in sunshine. Fraser, last ball the over to Omani, who just defends on the offside. They get themselves another run. So, in fact, was it a no ball, Richard? Did you see that?
I did. I did.
There it is, the outstretched arm. Well picked up. So we've got a free hit available here. And Ollie Wood will be on strike. Of course, the fielding side can't change the field.
Yes, they can. There was a single taken, so if there's different batsmen on strike, yes, the field can be changed.
I forgot about the single, so...
Got to keep my eye on you, Dave.
Yeah, look, I've got so many things. I'm trying to keep track of everything here.
You're good at almost everything. I'm pleased that I can pick you up occasionally.
Yeah, it's the odd thing I struggle with. That's all right. So Ben Fraser, it's over, still going. 33 is a score, up near 6 and over. And Wood wafts at this one, a slower ball. It goes over the keeper's head. They might end up getting 2 or 3 here. They're just jogging through for the second. As Caleb Jewell throws the ball back in, so just the 2 there.
It would have been better if he'd have left that. It would have been wide. You've had another hit, but of course it was a slower ball bouncer, and it was on its way down, and he couldn't resist having a swipe at it. Thankfully, got it away for 2 at least.
So 6 overs gone, Richard. 2 for 35. So we're pretty much on a run of ball. Not too bad. I mean, it was 2 for 7, I think, at one stage there.
And it was probably none for, did you say none for 60 after 6
this morning?
Yeah,
it was, yeah. So,
but in this morning's game from here, this is when we lost 2 or 3 or 4 wickets, and that slowed us down. So if these guys can keep it going at 6s and 7s through the next 5 or 6 overs, then we're back to being in a position where we can have that launch.
Okay, here comes Pycroft round the wicket. Oh, has that reached a glove? Yes, it has. Unfortunate for Sam Omani. Went for the pull shot. Got top edge or glove, and it's gone through to the keeper, Jewell, who takes it gleefully. And that's the 3rd wicket down, 4:35 for the Raiders, and just the one they didn't need after a good consolidating partnership.
Yeah, absolutely. It was very well bowled. Omani looking to come forward, and the ball was dropped short, and he got himself in a terrible tangle. It reacted as if he may not have gloved it, or it might have come off another part of his body, but he certainly got himself tucked up. And
wasn't too disappointed. I don't think he argued with the umpire. So
no, not suggesting anything untoward, Dave.
No, but so
maybe just disappointed in himself in the way he played it.
So he's trudging off. So that's the wicket they didn't want to lose. But they bat deep, as we know, the Raiders. And it wouldn't surprise me if it's Cooper Rank.
No, Spencer Hayes.
Spencer Hayes, that's right. Yes, he's coming in here at number 5. 3 for 35. Another wicket's fallen. So Newtown now 6 for 72. 6 overs and 47 required. So about 8 and over.
Getting harder. Spencer Hayes from Mowbray, and he didn't score heavily in the first game this morning, but we were impressed with his fielding ability, weren't we?
Absolutely, and this is what the Raiders are all about, isn't it, Richard? You've got a youngster making his way, facing a player that's played first-class cricket.
Yep. And
really going to test him out. Pycroft over the wicket to Hayes, who just comes forward and plays on the offside. Gets a bit of a sighter.
Raiders coach Tim Coyle was explaining to us this morning how valuable it is to have the opportunity to stick with these young players. This year in particular, we've had a squad of players who've committed to the program, and so been able to be rewarded with ongoing selection, and it helps them no end. And Spencer's an example of that. He doesn't have to play necessarily with fear for his spot. Knowing that the selectors and the coach are prepared to stick with him, and having the opportunity to play alongside some of the more experienced players and these great facilities and against good opposition, fast track the development.
That's right. He's beaten this time outside the off stump by Pycroft. He just dabbed at that one without any real purpose. So 3 dot balls in a row. Pycroft, the great figures at the moment of 1 for 3 off 1.3 overs.
You can see the class of both Pycroft and Ben Fraser. Yep. They've been really tight lines and just shaping the ball, both of them, a little bit.
7 for 74 now, Newtown, so not looking good there for the Raiders as he flashes outside the off stump, trying to cut to Spencer Hayes, straight through to Jewel, no run. So the field is spread out a little now. There's only the 4 players out. We've got third man, deep point, fine leg, and deep backward square leg. So Pycroft into Hayes. This plays forward correctly into the covers. And that's the end of the over. And at the end of 7 overs, a wicket maiden there, I think. 3 for 35 off the 7 overs. And 2 overs, 1 for 3 for Alex Pycroft. So just as the Raiders were starting to work their way back in the game, Pycroft delivers that wicket maiden and really turns the tide of this game once again.
That's right. Hard for the incoming batsman to get underway against this quality. And, so run rate drops off immediately. I'm just wondering if we're going to have a look at the 5th bowler here. And we are, I think.
Yep,
player number 49.
49 now. He's not on my sheet here, so I'll have to lie on the scoreboard.
He might be an X-Factor bowler.
Yeah. Okay, so might have to get onto the net here and have a bit of a look. I'll just have to wait for him to bowl his first ball.
It looks like we're looking for a medium pace right arm over bowler. Yes, that's...
Here he goes into Wood. It's down leg side. That's going to be 5 wides as it beats the keeper. Down leg side, so not a very auspicious start.
No, we'd like a bit more of number 49.
So, bonus 5 runs there, 3 for 40.
Keeper's up to the stumps, and the bowler didn't give him much of a chance. Fired it well wide of leg stump, and the fieldsman is quite literally retrieving it from over the fence because it ran under the fence.
We've got JJ van der Steed is our bowler.
How on earth did you come up with that so quickly?
Just looking at the YouTube there.
There we go.
Got my ways and means. So number 49, JJ van der Steed. So it wasn't on the original team list I got earlier in the week. So not a great delivery first up, but a real bonus there for the Raiders as they move up to 3 for 40. JJ van der Steeg. So played mainly second grade this year. Comes in and bowls. This one's better, right on the stumps, and Wood plays it to mid-wicket.
There's only one person in front of square leg who was any chance at all of stopping the one there, and of course Ollie hit it straight at him. So he'll be looking to have soft hands here. There's opportunities for twos into the outfield here.
Jared van der Steeg gets down leg side, muffled appeal. Must have hit the pad there. Goes through to Jewel. His best figures for Jared van der Steeg this year in the second grade, 3-4-32 against Kingborough, back on the 5th of December. So he's played he's played earlier today against Lindisfarne. So this is his first A-grade outing for the year. He bowls better this time, so he's got a bit better line as the over is progressing. He's hurrying through his overs. So we'll just get a bit of a score in a moment from that crucial game, University versus Newtown. Van der Steeg. Oh, that's better. It's a bit of a slower ball, and he's tried to guide it through that vacant third man position, did Ollie Wood. Didn't make contact through to the keeper. So it's 7 for 81. 4 overs remaining. 37 to get, so it's around 10 and over. A big effort from the tail there for Newtown. And Ollie Wood gets an under edge. He tries to hoik this through mid-wicket. It's the big gap there, and mid-wicket now goes out in response to that attempted agricultural shot from Ollie Wood. So 3 players in the deep in the onside. Also a deep cover and a deep mid-off. So plenty of singles if he wants them. Van der Steeg bowls. He plays it down to mid-off and gets himself 1 run. So after the initial 5 wides, it's the only other run off that over. And after 8 overs, it's 3-4-41.
Perhaps a wasted opportunity there. The 5th bowler looks to be the one that the Raiders will need to target to push this total towards something competitive. And so there was some missed scoring opportunities there. And this far through the innings, we've really failed to get the ball into the outfield and push for twos. We were very good at that this morning. So we just need to be aware of where their zones are and to be able to push on without risk.
McMillan, for his third over, he's got none for 10 off 2 so far. Ollie Wood kept the strike there with that single off the last ball. And he just plays this one to the onside, no run, as it comes out here to Patrick Page. Played a fine hand in the game previous to this against Lindisfarne, a game which North Hobart won pretty comfortably. Some overs to spare, as McMillan this time to Wood. He goes back, cuts. He might look for 2 here as it's wide of the outfielder. They think about it, but they settle just with the 1. There's a pretty good effort out there from Ben Fraser
good
in the deep.
Good athlete, Ben. Tall man, 6'3" or 4", and he covered the ground really well. Fired it in flat, 1 bounce to the keeper.
Next ball short, and Hayes rocks back nicely. Hits the gap, but once again smart fielding. Means just the 1 run as Jack White gets it in this time.
Notice the difference in the outfield. These North Hobart boys are cutting off those twos. Really, really good fielding. Smart. The men square of the wicket at 5 and 10 metres off to save the single.
There's a big attempted shot here. It could be a run out. Bayer backing up too far, makes it back to Spencer Hayes. He's almost 2/3 of the way down the pitch.
Yeah, look, feel for Spencer a bit there. He was going to the danger end and was pretty committed to it, but I think because Oliver had played such a big shot, he was off balance and couldn't get going, so I had to send him back. Last thing we need now is any mix-up like that.
Rob McMillan bowling tightly, in this time to Oliver Wood. He just goes forward, and they do get a single out to point. They have to hurry. He makes it. Good backing up there from Spencer Hayes. Which it was confident about that one, but they judged it pretty well in the end. So another run to Wood. He's up to 11. Spencer Hayes on 1, and with 3 for 44. 1 ball left in the 9th over. We'll get a bit of a score at the end of this over from Newtown versus University. This one's shorter. Played on the offside. Finds the gap nicely to Spencer Hayes and gets himself another run. That's 45. So we're smack on 5 and over after 9 overs, 3 for 45. And 7 for 93 now, Newtown. So let me see, they've got 26 to get from 3 overs. So we'll keep an eye on that. Problem is the 7 wickets down. But I think it's Tyler Wilmot. He's on 16 from 13 deliveries. Is the one that's hitting them about a bit. So he might be the key. But of course, the Raiders have got a fair bit of work to do here. Reminder that Newtown need to win that game and the Raiders need to win this game. And it'll be Raiders versus North Hobart in the grand final of the Cricket Tasmania Premier League T20 competition. So second over coming up for Van der Steeg. First ball's a poor one down leg side. It's a wide. So he started the second over like he started the first, with the ball down the leg side.
Yep. Difference being the keeper was up last over and had no chance. He's back now. Limited the damage.
So just making some field alterations there is Caleb Jewell. He's now got a fine leg. There's plenty of space on the onside. So Van der Steeg this time, and that's a better ball. It beats Hayes outside the off stump. He leant forward for the drive, didn't make contact. Through to the keeper. So the sun is starting to creep closer to the wicket. Probably won't cover it until well into the second innings. Van der Steeg, he advances, does Hayes. Gets himself a Yorker though, as he advances down the wicket. Well bowled again by Van der Steeg. So he's just hustling through these overs. And the way we're going here, the Raiders might be lucky to be 5 and over at the halfway mark. Van der Steeg again to Hayes. Plays nicely this time, out towards deep point. Just get the single. So if you've just joined us, disaster in the very first ball. Miles Barnard chopped on, was out for a duck. And a short times later, James Simpson was run out for 2. So it was 2 for 7. Recovery of sorts since then to 3 for 47. But the run rate is the issue at the minute. As in comes Van der Steeg to Wood. That's a slower ball. Down the leg side, no contact. That's another wide.
Terrific game this morning, Dave, but I've got to say in the last 3 or 4 overs here, it's not necessarily been the best advertisement for the T20 game.
No. It's tight now at the other game. I'll get that in a second. As Wood hits towards square leg, gets himself a run.
Yeah, when the ball is going into the outfield, it's going straight to the fielder out there, whereas, of course, 5 or 10 metres either side, and run hard, there's a good opportunity for 2. I'm not sure that we've had a 2 in the innings yet.
Wilmot is out. It's 8 for 99.
Oh.
So, the equation a sec as Hayes just plays it to point. No run, 3 for 49. So, we're looking here at 20 runs required from 14 balls. Once again, that's achievable, but 8 wickets down is the issue. So Pybers is not out on 11. In comes Van der Steeg to Spencer Hayes, who advances, hits nicely down the ground. Can't find a gap though. Straight to deep mid off. So, my maths tells me that's 10 overs gone. In fact, 1 ball left, beg your pardon. So, 1 ball left, so it's 3 for 50 off 9.5. In fact, it is over, is it?
Yep.
10 overs gone, 3 for 50 here at UTAS Stadium. Back in a moment.
Community Care Tasmania is your local, not-for-profit home care service provider in Tasmania. We deliver a full range of home care services with care and empathy. Our friendly, professional and innovative staff will tailor care to your needs. Ring 6334 0990 or 1300 722 400 and speak to a local. Also, you can visit cct.org.au to find out more. At Community Care Tasmania, we put your care first. A sponsor of City Park Radio.
Well, Richard in the break. Let's check the score. It's 8 for 105. Newtown versus University. First ball the next over, and Hayes just plays it back down the pitch. And got Fraser bowling again. So the equation there is, let me see, 14 runs off 2 overs. 2 wickets in hand. And let's say the Ryan Lees and Dom Rawlings will bowl those last 2 overs, I'm guessing. As in comes Fraser this time to Hayes. He moves across and does beautifully. Great shot over mid-wicket. That's almost shot of this game so far, I'd say. He's hit it beautifully. Just stepped across his crease.
You clipped it over mid-wicket. It was a cricket shot, certainly not anything agricultural about it, and it landed three quarters of the way to the boundary. Hit it out towards his dad, ex-Mowbray cricketer Nick Hayes there. Couldn't even applaud for his son's fine shot.
That's what he expects him to do. Is 3 for 54 short. Is there a top edge on that one? No.
It's got to be a wide.
It's a wide, yep. Signalled there by the umpire. Overhead height. Ben Fraser not really impressed with the call.
Certainly not, but clearly over the batsman's head.
So we've got Wood on 13, Hayes on 8. Partnership is 20, but the acceleration probably needs to start. They've got 7 wickets in the shed still. Had to consolidate, as we said, after 2 for 7. And that phase is probably over. And now they need to try and get it up to 7 and 8 and over for the next few. There's a nice shot again. Is it? Oh, nearly a catch. Fantastic effort there from McMillan. He got a right hand to it. It was a cross-batted shot to mid-on. He dived to his right, got the hand on it. He's disappointed, but it would have been a great catch.
Yeah, it was a legitimate pull shot, wasn't it? An unusual one. The mid-on was on the circle and had to cover several metres to his right and stuck out one hand, and it very nearly stuck.
13 required off 10 balls, Newtown versus University. As this one's played and missed outside the off stump by Ollie Wood. He just tried to fashion a shot down to third man.
Need to get some bat on that. Have to turn have to get up the other end every ball at this stage, or look to it every ball. Got a bit cute, and it was only ever going to be one. There was a third man on the boundary.
Magnificent finish to this Cricket Tasmania Premier League season here. We've got 2 games in progress, both which will shape the finals. As in comes Fraser, and Wood just drops at his feet. They can't get the single this time, as Ben Fraser is quickly onto it. So 1 ball remaining. In fact, that's over, is it? No, another ball remaining. None for 16 at the moment, Fraser. Three for 56. Now the umpires are conferring. Is that the over?
Yeah, look, I think they're not really being... Not that the umpires should be necessarily referring to the scoreboard, but I don't know that the scoreboard's actually helping them too much, and that would be a feed from the official scorers. It seems as if from time to time they're a ball or 2 behind. 9 runs off 7 balls remaining. 2 wickets in hand. The equation now for Newtown. Just reminding you that if University win that game, they are into the final. If Newtown get up, the Raiders are in with a chance if they can beat North Hobart in this game. Ben Fraser. And Wood drives straight to point. They're just not finding the gaps at the moment. Great bowling by Ben Fraser. 11 overs gone. 6 off that one. Wood 13, Hayes 9. And you can see why North Hobart on top of this ladder, yep.
Richard, when we look at their bowling here.
Very professional outfit, aren't they? Their bowling's been right on the money. Their fielding, the field that they're setting has been very tight, but the outfielders have been excellent. They're attacking the ball and firing it in, giving us no chance for getting back for the 2s. So we've got to turn that around by knocking it into the gaps in the deep and running more aggressively, making sure we get 1s and 2s at least every ball, and then the boundary will come along.
Riley May into the attack. So 3 wickets so far this year in first grade. Looks like bowling right arm over.
Leg spin,
yep. He's hit straight to the field there by Spencer Hayes. It was a short ball. Might have missed out a little bit there. And we've had a wicket. Newtown and University. It's 9 for 111. It's a short hit by Hayes through to deep point. It's for a single. 3 for 57. Yes, so it's 9 for 111. It was a run out there. So Dyson has been dismissed. Pybus is still there at 19. He could be the key at the moment. And we've got 8 runs required off the last over. Oh, and going back there is Spencer Hayes. Gave himself room, beat him, it beat the keeper, and looks like they might pick up a couple of buys there.
Yeah, it was Wood on strike.
Wood, sorry, beg your pardon.
He gave himself room to cut the ball, but it ended up going between himself and leg stump and beat everything, including the keeper, for 2 buys.
Riley May into Wood. And he tries to cut, gets beaten, a bit of bounce there. Nice ball there from Riley May. And beaten there by that bounce was Ollie Wood. Didn't make contact. 3 for 58. As the next delivery is a bit shorter, gets the edge to it. That's going to work out okay. They could double this one up. Wood turns now for the second. As getting the ball in there is McMillan. So 2 more runs to Wood. Coming in dribs and drabs at the moment, those. 3 for 61. Wood up to 15. Hayes on 10. Need a big over here in a minute to the Raiders just to get that run rate moving. Leans back here and cuts down to deep point for a single to Ollie Wood to complete that 12th over. No, 1 to go. I'm going to stop looking at the scoreboard, Richard, because it's not quite happening for me with the balls remaining in the over, so I have to count them myself, because this one's just defended back to the bowler by Hayes. So that's the end of the over. 3 for 62.
You're not the only one. I think the umpires look like they're allowing the scoreboard to throw them off as well. I guess they get used to it being right. 9 for 111, Newtown, after 19 overs. So that's 8 required for the last over. Keeling and Pybus are the 2 batsmen in. 1 run off the first ball, so that's 7 to win now off 5 balls. It's an amazingly tight game. And University's place in the final. They can still make it, of course, if the Raiders lose here, and they lose, but what a dramatic conclusion to this competition. Hope you're enjoying it here on City Park Radio, 96.5 and 103.7, and also on the YouTube. As Ben Fraser, it's down leg side, hits Wood on the pad as he tries to hoik it. No run. So 8 overs left. You're probably looking at 120, 130 here, optimistically. It's the sort of score that Lindisfarne scored earlier, and North Hobart were able to chase that down quite comfortably. But to put any sort of pressure on this North Hobart batting lineup, I think they'll need that 120, 130. As Fraser bowls this time to Wood, that's a stylish drive, but straight to cover. Well fielded there by Corey Murfitt. No run. Yeah, we've had too many dots. I'm sounding like a broken record, I know, but that's the difficult. Builds the pressure to come up with the boundary shot. Newtown
needs 7 off 3 balls. Not looking great here for the Raiders' chances as Fraser. That's a slow ball. That's well bowled. Wood just couldn't lay bat on ball. Straight through there to Caleb Jewell. So this is what we mentioned it before. This is what the Raiders program's all about. They're being tested here by one of the big teams in the competition. The Raiders. Ollie Wood, 16 off 34. Fraser. He plays this now behind point, gets himself 1. 3-4-63 the score.
Both Fraser and Pycroft bowling the first overs seam up, speed on, as they say, or pace on. But now the further they get into their spells, they're mixing up their speeds and trying their slower balls, and it's working a treat for them. 6
off 2 balls, Newtown. As here comes Fraser. Nice shot here by Hayes. Did he pick the gap? He has. That's a great shot. Beautiful pull shot there from Spencer Hayes. That was all class. He just rocked back, timed it beautifully. 3 for 67 as a score in the 13th over.
Worked it really well off his hip, didn't he? He looks well, as most batsmen do, I guess, but particularly he looks rushed when when he plays his shots. Got good poise at the crease, and I think he's got another gear here if he can just hang in.
Comes again to Hayes. He does it
well
again.
played.
Beautiful shot. That's another 4. Rinse and repeat. That's even better shot. That's behind square.
Yep, the ball was a little shorter, a little higher, perhaps a bit faster, but it was dispatched very well between the backward square leg fielder and the fine leg. Beautiful cricket shots, really attractive.
3 for 71 off 13 overs, and that was the over they just needed to boost things along a little bit. Hayes now on 18. Wood on 17. Right, I think we'll probably have a final score here now. No, they need, let me see, so they need 5 off one ball.
Oh dear.
Of course, 4.
Is that any good to us?
4 would get a super over happening.
All right.
So, we'll wait and see. Riley May for his second over. Backing away is Wood, hitting over cover. He's picked the gap quite nicely here. This might run away for 4 as well. That's 3 fours in succession there for the Raiders. 2 to Hayes and 1 to Wood. And the acceleration has started. 3 for 75. Partnership moves along to 41.
Nice shot. He gave himself room. It took one step, but it was steady when the ball was delivered, and opened up the offside. And over extra cover for 4. Terrific shot. He's gone again.
He's backed away again. This time he's cramped for in misfield. They might have got one, but sends Spencer Hayes back as McMillan does the fielding. And they lose a wicket off the last ball. So University have won by 4 runs. So University of North Hobart will be playing in the final. Oh, actually that kept low. Might have got through the keeper as well there. Suspect that's Byers. Wait for the signal. Was an under edge. Might have been an under edge there that beat the keeper. So that's unfortunate for the Raiders, but they can still take out this game and finish high on the ladder. That'll be their aim here. It's always going to be the way today that they're going to need results to go for them. Hayes plays into the covers. Can't beat the fielder there in Corey Murfitt. So University finish on 10 points. North Hobart on 9. And if the Raiders can win this, they'll finish on 8. Boy backs away. Shows all stumps.
Did not too good. The ball was full there, and when he backed away to the leg side, he was forced to play a desperate cut shot of sorts just to keep it out. Thankfully got something on it.
Worth holding his ground there. There's plenty of gaps on the leg side. Has made this time to Hayes. He backs away again. Oh, gee, I thought he was bowled then, but he wasn't. He got that under edge again.
But both batsmen seem to have decided that the only option in that over was to go to the leg side and force it through the off.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that it was it was the only way of going.
3 for 76. Hayes is 18. Wood is 22. Partnership 41. So we have 6 overs left. And looking at, say, 6 or 7 and over. 7 and over gets 120. They probably need a bit more than that.
Yep.
But now they've got wickets in hand, and that's the key to this.
Big test
last
here.
6 overs.
Pycroft back on.
Pycroft, and he comes now to Ollie Wood, who plays this straight to mid-off. We've seen a bit of that today. The hard hands, not picking the gaps.
The shadows are starting to come across the ground, but it'll still be some time before the lights are required.
So Pycroft, interesting here. He's placing mid-off and mid-on back. He's bringing third man up. What are you predicting?
Pace off the ball, I think.
Try and tempt the big hit down the ground, which happens. And just over cover. That's well placed by Ollie Wood because he'll get him a couple from that shot. So 2 more runs to the Raiders.
Finally, the 2 that I've been crying out for.
3 for 78. Wood up to 24.
Yeah, see, Pycroft here showing his experience. He's moving the field each ball according to what ball he's planning on bowling. He's got all the fielders on the leg side on the boundary now.
Well, big attempt at a stroke over the mid-wicket area there from Wood. Didn't make contact. Great bowling again from Pycroft.
And whilst the ball missed the leg stump, it wasn't a wide because Wood had moved further out to the leg side and it went between the leg stump and pads again. A mistake. need to push that ball into the leg side and run for two rather than relying on hitting it over the fence.
Well, that's a poor ball there at the time from Pycroft. It was down leg side, that's a wide. You've just joined us, you might have just turned over from the excitement of the University Newtown game, where the University have secured their spot in the final by defeating Newtown by 4 runs. They defended 118. But we've got a good game here to take you through this evening. And the new boys on the block, the Raiders, are doing pretty well as it's down the leg side. Get some bat on that one. They might look for 2 here. Yes, they are. Caleb Jewell gets it in. Oh, is that a direct hit? It might be out if it is. Umpire is not convinced. Umpire not convinced here. So now he's just telling the players just to settle down a bit. I thought that was a direct hit.
Oh no, it clearly looked out. There was extraordinarily good work from the wicketkeeper who chased the ball to the circle, turned and threw the stumps down. Now the umpire's consulting with his colleague.
I reckon he'll give this out.
Well, can't possibly be given out. He's either out or he's not. I'm not sure.
He's clarifying whether the stumps were knocked over before the ball hit them. That could be what he's clarifying with his fellow umpire. And Woods walking off. So the wicket's been given. I think that might have been the question. Were the stumps broken before the ball hit them? And I think the umpire at the non-striker's end was convinced that the ball hit the stumps directly. So
well, it was just fantastic fielding. I think that's why Wood went back for the second run, because the wicketkeeper was the one who had to throw the ball, and sometimes the wicketkeeper's not the man with the best arm. But
and it had to be a direct hit to probably you take those chances.
And certainly wouldn't blame him for taking the chance. But the umpire got himself in a bit of a tangle. I've never seen the square leg umpire consult with the umpire officiating at the bowler's end in a run out like that. As you say, yes, it might have been about whether the stumps were broken, but I'm not sure really about consulting with the other guy.
Anyway, it's in the scorebook now, and Ollie Wood is out. 4-4-79, 24 off 42 deliveries. So a couple of balls left here in this over. Partnership of 44 on the slow side of 57 balls, but when you're struggling, you were 2 for 7 and then 3 for 30 odd.
Perhaps the Zinger Bales, what was required in that instance, we'd have known earlier.
Possibly. There's first ball from Pycroft to the new batsman Elliston Buckley. He just plays it down to third man, gets off the mark straight away. 4-4-80.
The wicket-keeper batsman, Elliston Buckley, who's not enjoyed a great season with the bat thus far, but he's a very good striker of the ball, and maybe the circumstance might suit him. If he can get a bit of a sighter, he's a very, very clean hitter of it.
So field alterations, mid-off and mid-on go back. Deep cover comes in. The last ball, Spencer Hayes on strike, and he plays it at the onside. Now they might try and run 2 here. They run the first one hard. They're coming back for the second, and that's well judged running. Richard Bennett is applauding in the box here. Just took the pace off the ball a bit. It was a wide open expanse here at UTAS Stadium. They got a comfortable 2. That's the end of 15 overs. It's 4-4-83 here at UTAS Stadium. We're back in just a moment.
Like more than 5.5 million other Australians, you're tuned in to Community Radio.
Community broadcasting is Australia's largest independent media sector, with more than 450 stations nationwide.
It's the home of local voices,
local news and information,
Australian music,
and stories that you won't hear anywhere else. To find out more, go to cbaa.org.au.
And stay tuned to Community Radio.
Yes, Community Radio here, City Park Radio 103.7 and 96.5. And Riley May coming in for his third over. He's been pretty impressive so far. Just a 9 off his 2 overs. Stepping back there is Elliston Buckley. Just gets it through the infield. It's the 1. So Spencer Hayes, Richard, 20 off 25. It's been a fine hand, really. He's against one of the best attacks in the state. Young player, not yet 18 years of age.
As you said earlier, this is the experience it's all about for the young players.
Backs away again, as he's done against Riley May each and every ball, but he gets the first one and decides against the second.
I think I'd like to occasionally see him go forward and hit the ball to long on or mid-off, or perhaps even now that it's into the last 5 overs.
I think he thinks that's where he's going to get his boundary. I think that's his plan there, but he's there's plenty more opportunities, I think, on the onside as well, as Alliston Buxley goes towards the onside.
Yes, he does.
Doesn't make contact.
He's not shy.
Let's see, that off the pad? No, he got an inside edge maybe onto the pad there, so another run. 4-4-86. Hayes back on strike. Advances, hits straight to the covers. Can't find a run in that one as it's fielded there by Corey Murfitt.
May's been good, hasn't he? Very few short balls, often the leg spinner's curse, but he's had it up there and hurried the batsman from time to time.
Oh, that's kept low. That's Boldy. We're LBW. It's LBW. As that kept a bit low. He tried to hoik on the onside this time. Yep. And trapped right in front with Spencer Hayes. And that's great bowling once again from Riley May, who's been really impressive this evening. That's his first wicket, 1 for 12. And it's 5-4-86.
Yeah, Spencer stayed back then, and the ball was way too full to be playing back. He was looking to get it onto the leg side, and looked all at sea on that particular delivery. But a good hand, and he'd be better for that experience, of course. Cooper Anthus is the incoming batsman. He played a really good little innings this morning when needed most. He stayed with Miles Barnard, and together they managed to get the score to 150 odd, whereas at one stage it looked like they might have pulled up at 130 or 135, and in the end I'm sure that made the difference in the game. So he'll be looking for a similar innings, a bit less time for him to bat on this occasion, but if he and Alliston Buckley could see it through to the end, that would, of course, be in the Raiders' interest.
Anthony gets it out to point off his first ball for a single. Brings to an end the 16th over.
And very well bowled. Is it Riley May?
Riley May, yep. 1 for 12. 1 for 13, I beg your pardon, off the 3 overs. 5 for 87 is the score. So Spencer Hayes, good little knock there, 20 off 26 with the 3 boundaries.
Spencer bowls well, seam up, who hasn't had much opportunity to bowl for the Raiders this season, but he'll develop into a really valuable all-rounder, genuine all-rounder, a good athlete. We were saying before, his fielding this morning was outstanding, and so just terrific opportunity for him to have an extended run in the Raiders.
So 2 youngsters in now. We've got Anthys and Alliston Buckley. So once again, a great experience for them as the opening bowler in Ian Carlisle rejoins the attack. He's just bowled the 2 overs.
So we've got 3 of the 4 fielders on the leg side on the boundary. So again, an opportunity to see if we can't nudge it in there and scamper for 2.
Anthys, he goes hard at that one. It was in the air for a while. Straight to backward point, no run. At the half-time break here, we'll go through some other scores today, and Richard might relate a pretty exciting finish between Launceston and Westbury that occurred today at the NTCA. We'll go through that one.
Yeah, some T20 cricket in the local competition at the NTCA ground today. Four matches across the 2 grounds.
And he comes again, Carlisle, and up in the air it goes. It's going to clear the infield. That's a really gutsy shot there from young Anthys, and it'll go away for 4. That's a good hit for a young man. He's small of stature. He got beautifully to the pitch of the ball and hits it for 4. 5-4-91. Anthony's up to 5.
It's a controlled shot, wasn't it? And no risk there. I'm just looking at the North Hobart player who's had to jump the fence as the ball rolled under it.
He's got to crawl under
now he's under the grandstand. They can only see his spikes. Now he's right under. But he's coming back. I can only assume that he's coming back with the ball. If he's not coming back with the ball, I think we're in trouble. No, he's got it.
We can't move that camera. We'd love to turn it around there and capture that one, but no, he's got the ball there. I think that was Ben Fraser who had to crawl under there.
It was.
Northern boy.
Yes, it must have been all 6'4" or 5 of him under the grandstand, because it really was just the bottom of his spikes we could see.
They must really try and get 115, 120 here, Richard. And give something for the bowlers to aim at.
Oh, well, I went high in my prediction this morning, so I'm going to go a bit higher again. I think we've got to look at 125.
Okay, that's another 30-odd runs from here. We'll see how we go. We'll need a few more of those shots from Cooper Anthys. This one's short. He lets it go outside the off stump. It's okay, and I think it certainly was. It wasn't overhead high. Probably should have had a lash at that one.
Yeah, he was looking for the wide, wasn't he? But can't really blame him there. It's pretty hard to make those calls as it's zinging past your ears.
Batsmen still to come. We've got Brodie Hayes, Bennett, Beattie and Chapman. Probably not in that order, but...
John O. Chapman might be... I'd say... not actually, I think Hayes is padded up to come in next, but John O. Chapman is a good striker of the ball, might be suited to the circumstance.
Carlisle, this time to Anthys, hits forcefully to mid-on. Straight there to McMillan, who hits the stumps with a throw. Ricochets, but easy backed up there by Murfitt. So another run to the score, 5 for 92 off 16.3 overs. So it becomes a bit overcast here now at UTAS Stadium. 25 minutes to 8. The lights are on. We can't really tell from here. I'm sure they are. As Carlisle now to Elliston Buckley, whose head was in the air. And he didn't really know what to do with that one, but it was well bowled in the end.
Must have been tight on the wide call there. Umpire Scott Widders said no, it was fine.
5 for 92. A couple of balls remaining in this 17th over. Bowling well is Carlisle. This time to Elliston Buckley. Drives stylishly through the covers. Get at least 2 here. Racing out towards the boundary. It won't reach the boundary unless there's a misfield. And well fielded out there by Riley May. And they get back for 3, so that's really...
Well run. Good
running here by the youngsters. Fleet of foot. So 3 more to the score. 5 for 95. It's the end of the over. Elliston Buckley on 6, as is Cooper Anthys. 3 overs to go, 95 is the score. And, coming into bowl from the far end. It might be Pycroft. Pycroft's bowled the 3 overs, 1 for 9. Outstanding figures.
Yep. It is Pycroft.
Yep. On strike, Elliston Buckley hits it down the ground. They run the first one hard. They might get 2 here. They're going back. Misfield. Pressure on the field. Gets them there 2 runs.
Really aggressive running from Anthys there. He put his head down and had a good look on the turn. Saw that the ball was still away from being picked up and forced the error. So
misfield there by JJ van der Steeg. As it's hit down the ground, I don't think it's going to clear the boundary. It's going to be straight down the throat of the mid-on fieldsman it is. And Elliston Buckley has been dismissed. Comfortable catch at deep mid-on. And another wicket for North Hobart. So he just... the idea is right, Richard, but It's a long boundary down there and a comfortable catch for Ian Carlisle.
Yes, it is a long boundary. We're used to the ball flying around everywhere in the Big Bash, but of course it is a long boundary. And you couldn't be critical of him playing that shot at this stage of the game. We need to find the boundary, and he made good contact, but it landed 5 metres in and a comfortable catch. 6
for 97, Elliston Buckley there. Is been dismissed for 8 off 7 balls.
And I think they have gone with John O. Chapman, haven't they?
Good choice.
I think so.
So Cooper Anthys is on strike as the batsman crossed. There is no one inside the circle on the leg side. So anything dabbed on the onside will be a run, but that's going to be a catch as he tried to turn on the onside.
I think so.
Leading edge and a simple catch there. And Pycroft is now on a hat-trick. 7 down for 97. Might have been Corey Murphy who took that catch. I'll wait till he gets to his feet.
Yeah,
But, pretty simple catch.
Yeah, he was trying to do the right thing, Anthus. Plenty of opportunities to push the ball in the leg side and push hard for a 2, but yeah, got the leading edge and it just ballooned out really to short extra cover.
So Brodie Hayes, he's more known as a 2-day player and a 1-day player. But his job now will be to push the singles for Chapman, who will probably be the more aggressive of the two. So, on a hat-trick is Alex Pycroft. Outstanding figures at the moment. 3 for 11 off 3.3. Raiders at the moment struggling to get into 3 figures. Round the wicket. And Hayes just plays it back to the bowler to avoid the hat-trick. Yeah, look, he's showing his class, isn't he, Alex Pycroft?
Yeah, no width.
You would have seen him a bit in his younger days.
Yeah, not so much. Not so much. But look, he went to Hobart at a fairly early age and needed to work long and hard to earn his opportunity.
And Hayes, this one's down leg side. It's deemed a wide, so bonus run there.
But you can certainly see the experience he's had and the class. He knows exactly what he's doing. Each ball sets the field accordingly, class act.
7 for 98. Pycroft round the wicket to Hayes. He pulls this round the corner. It's not a bad shot. They'll probably push for 2 here. It's between the fieldsmen. Think about it, but making good ground there was McMillan. That's a fine piece of fielding. No chance of 2 there. So off the mark is Brodie Hayes. 7 for 99. Hayes on 1. Chapman yet to face a ball. Anthony's 6 off 6. Nelson Buckley 8 off 7. Hayes 21 off 28. Wood 24 off 42. Omani 19 off 16.
Just have lacked that one player to go on in this innings, of course, which has been the problem. Round
the wicket to Chapman. Oh, gee, he was struck on the pad there. Just trying to dab that on the onside. End of a fine spell and a fine over from Alex Pycroft. Let's look at his figures. 4 overs, 3 for 13. Score 7 for 99, 2 overs remaining.
My 125's looking a bit ambitious.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a big press from here, Richard. Just repeating, if you've just joined us, a few minutes ago, University secured their place in the grand final of the Cricket Tasmania Premier League competition with a thrilling 4-run win over Newtown. And they managed to defend 118. So the finalists are decided, but the final game of the preliminary rounds is underway here. And some more cricket to play out. As Carlisle comes in now to Hayes. He'll hit and run, no doubt. He gets struck on the pad, so he can't get the run. Try to turn that on the onside. And it's an interesting tactic there, Richard. They've just kept the whole onside as a single. And they're trying to tempt, I think, the players to play across the line.
Look, yeah, and we see it in Big Bash cricket from time to time. Rarely in Premier League cricket, but it's been effective, hasn't it? Yep. They don't mind. They don't mind if we get the occasional 2, and it's created an opportunity with our blokes trying to hit across the ball to get it there.
Carlisle to Hayes, who drives nicely down the ground. Now they might look for 2 here. They turn and they get back for 2. So it's a lovely drive there from Brodie Hayes through mid-off, and that's the 100 up. Psychological little barrier there. 7 for 101 in the 19th over. So you get the impression that Brodie Hayes is a very proper cricketer. That was a nice off drive.
Oh, he knows his game really well.
Carlisle, right arm over. Hayes on the onside. Going to give the strike here to Chapman. They run the first one hard. No chance for the second. Good fielding, Corey Murphy.
Yep.
Gee, their fielding's been good, Richard.
Yep.
The North Hobart Demons.
Yeah, they've been 30 runs better than Lindisfarne this morning.
Yep.
I'm sure that's no reflection on Lindisfarne's normal standard, but today they were a little bit off, and it's certainly the difference is stark.
Looks like coming in next to be Will Bennett. He's on the boundary line there, padded up. So Carlisle, 1 for 22, comes in to bowl to Chapman. Hits down the ground nicely. Hits it straight to mid-off. They can't even get a single. He hit it so well. Straight to Ben Fraser. Disappointed himself there was John O'Chapman. It's a beautiful off drive, but couldn't pierce the field. 7 for 102. In comes Carlisle again to Chapman, who backs away, gets hit now. Is it off the glove? Must have been off the arm, I think, as it deflected through to the keeper.
Yeah, he backed away, it followed him, and then he looked to duck into it and got himself in a terrible tangle. But
yeah, might have been for a bit of pace there. That was quite a sharp delivery.
It was sharp. Thankfully, it seems not to have hurt him too much, or if it did, he's not letting on.
Yeah, I think it was more of a brush than a full-on hit on the arm.
Cricket balls tend not to brush you, Dave, but
okay.
Take your point.
Yeah, we saw, I think it was Risbar Pant today.
Yeah, it looked a nasty one, didn't it?
The elbow.
Yeah, there's not much give in the elbow.
Here comes Carlisle to Chapman once again. He backs away. He gets bat on ball. Gets into the offside. Just gets a single out here to Corey Murfitt. 7 for 103.
There's been nothing complicated in the way that North Hobart have gone about their work, but everything they've been doing has been polished. The fielders are absolutely supported their bowling, and they look a good unit.
1 over to go. 103 is the score. So all runs here will be valuable. I think it's Ben Fraser will bowl the last over, number 24. Let's have a look at his figures to this point. 3 overs, none for 25. Being the most expensive probably of the North Hobart bowlers today. So Chapman on strike. Once again, that tempting onside field where there's a lot of space. Fine leg is up. Third man is up. Got a deep point. Deep mid off. Here comes Fraser into Chapman, who backs away, hits on the offside. He's picked the gap pretty nicely here. They might come back for 2. They do. The throw comes in, and they make it comfortably. So good running there by Hayes. They get the 2 runs, 7 for 105. So nice throw in from the outfield there. That was number 73, Jack White. But well placed from Chapman. Now Jack White, just in response to that shot,
moved straighter.
A little bit straighter, yep.
Yep, so they've got backward point, and a 45 on the offside, all in the circle, and a short fine leg. So they're the 4 fielders in the circle. So
Fraser to Chapman, hits it down the ground through mid-off. This might get to the boundary. It does. Fantastic shot from John O'Chapman. He just saw the mid-off was just a little bit wide, so he hit straight in between the bowler and that wider mid-off, and down to the boundary for 4, 7 for 109.
What have we got? 4 balls left and 16 short of my 125 target. Still a chance.
Yep. John O's an experienced cricketer.
He's
very much an all-rounder. I had a bit to do with him at school. His batting's probably dropped away a little bit, but he still can handle it. He backs away, hits this one. That might be 6. That's going to clear the fielder there. 6 runs. Massive shot from John O'Chapman. Made beautiful contact. Never looked like falling in the lap of the fielder over there. It's Patrick Page, and now that's 6 runs, and that's big. That's 7 for 115, and the total just builds. And sometimes, if you get a big last over, Richard, it can take a lot of momentum.
There we go. What a good strike that was. It was to the longest boundary in the ground, or close to it, and because the wicket that we're playing on is one of 3 drop-in wickets, and it's on the western side of the ground. So he was hitting it to the to what I refer to as the railway wing.
Yep.
Great strike.
Chapman once again facing Fraser. This one's a full one. He hits a squarer. They might try and hustle for 2 here. No, they can't quite get back, which is unfortunate because Chapman's been hitting them well. But a run nevertheless. 7 for 116. 2 balls remaining. Chapman 14 off 8. So I think the idea here for Hayes would be just to get off strike and try and get Chapman onto that last ball.
Yeah, or get it into the outfield and run hard for 2. They'd certainly take the second if it was on offer. You've got to take every run, of course.
Yeah, certainly do. So let's see, they've bringing quite a number of players in here. I think they might be trying to restrict.
after bringing them in on the left-handers offside.
Yep.
So they've got 4 men on the boundary on the leg side, on the western side of the ground.
Here comes Ben Fraser, Brody Hayes. Second last level. Oh, that's got to be a no ball, surely. It is, and it's 4 runs as well. So this is pretty massive, because that'll be 5 runs plus a free hit plus the ball is bowled again.
Yeah. Look, might sound a bit silly to say that was really well played, but it was shoulder height and outside off stump, but he just ran the ball off the face of the bat, and of course there's no one that fine. So as you say, not only do we enjoy the extra delivery, but he gets the boundary for that. So well done. 7
for 121. Partnership's now 24. Free hit.
And guess what? If it's a boundary, there's our 125, Dave.
That's it. I still think they'll just try and get Jono Chapman on strike for that last one. As Fraser bowls to Hayes, who swings at this one. This might be 4. And they might even run 3. I think it's going to roll towards the boundary, and it is. It's over. It's a wild swing there from Hayes. Got the top edge. Placed it perfectly, as it turned out, through third man. 7 for 125. Richard, we got that 125 thereafter.
Well, we have, and a ball to come. So, as you say, Fraser has turned out to be the one who's gone for more than the others. Not necessarily, but that he's bowled that poorly. But someone always goes in the T20 game. Yeah,
he's gone for 47, and he's with 1 ball remaining. It's like kicking a goal before half time, isn't it? Just to take the momentum into the break.
Yeah, well, we've got to believe that. That's right.
Fraser to Hayes. Last ball. He jams down on it. They probably should have run anyway. They don't. As it's well taken there by Caleb Jewell. And that's the end of the innings. Entertaining finish. Probably a bit below par, as it turns out, for the Raiders, but better than it might have been at one stage. And they finish up on 7 for 125. The not-out batsmen there are Chapman 14 and Hayes 12. A little partnership there of 28 to finish off the innings, which gets some warm applause.
Yeah, good experience from Chapman and Hayes at the end there to give us something to bowl at. So well played them. But you're right, the 125 is below par, and so we'll certainly need some early breakthroughs to be able to defend 125. And if not the early breakthroughs, we need to build some pressure and create a little cluster of wickets at some stage during the innings.
Let's go through the full card here, and it was a very bad start for the Raiders because Barnard was bowled by Carlisle for naught of the first ball of the innings, chopping the ball on. O'Mahony was caught dual bowled Pycroft for 19 off 16 balls. Nice little knock there from Sam O'Mahony. Simpson run out by Carlisle for 2. Ollie Wood was run out by Caleb Jewell. Fantastic piece of work, direct hit for 24. Spencer Hayes, LBW to May for 20 off 26. Quite a valuable innings in those middle overs. Elston Buckley caught Carlisle by Pycroft for 9. Anthony's was caught Murford by Pycroft for 6. Chapman not out 14. Brody Hayes not out 12. There were 19 extras. 7 for 125. The bowling, some fine efforts here. Carlisle 4 overs 1 for 23. McMillan 3 overs none for 14. Pycroft 4 overs 3 for 13. Outstanding bowling performance there from Alex Pycroft. Fraser expensive 4 overs none for 47. Van der Steeg 2 overs none for 11. And May 3 overs 1 for 13. He was very impressive too. There was Riley May. So 125 is the score. As Richard said, opportunity for the Raiders here to take out 2 wins on UTAS Stadium, but we know that North Hobart batting lineup is very strong, and they'd probably be favoured to chase down the 125. We'll take a break here from UTAS Stadium. When we'll come back, we'll look at some other scores from today.
When we think about the warmer weather, we think colour. And at Neil Pitt Menswear, we have shirts, hats, polos in breathable natural fibres, all in fabulous vibrant colours to set you up for days and nights out, or just relaxing with family and friends. So it's a good time to check out our range of smart casual wear. Whatever you have planned, we'll have you looking the part. And when they ask you where you bought your outfit from, just tell them Neil Pitt Menswear in the Avenue, Launceston, a sponsor of City Park Radio.
Tell everyone about your upcoming community event. City Park Radio's Community Diary provides the opportunity to get your message heard. If you're a non-profit organisation, simply send the details to us at least 2 weeks before the event. You can do this by posting to City Park Radio, PO Box 1501 Launceston, or emailing to cityparkradio@cityparkradio.com. We'll do the rest, keeping you in touch with your community. Community Diary on City Park Radio. In the centre of Launceston, on the edge of City Park, is a little piece of radio history. In the City Park Radio cottage, just inside the gates off Tamer Street, you'll find old radios, stereos, transistor radios, and many more fascinating relics of radio's golden days. The City Park Radio guides will show you through the collection and take you on a tour of your community radio station, all for a gold coin donation. Radio history brought to life. Part of your community, City Park Radio.
The Metal Show on City Park Radio, featuring a variety of hard rock and heavy metal music from the likes of Black Sabbath, Iron Maiden, Judas Priest, Megadeth, Metallica, Motorhead, Ozzy Osbourne, Pantera, and much, much more. The Metal Show, now weekly on Saturdays from 9 to 11 p.m, following The Rock Show on City Park Radio on 103.7 FM and 96.5 FM.
Cultural diversity, live and happening on your City Park Radio, 103.7 and 96.5 FM.
Welcome back to UTAS Stadium. You're listening to City Park Radio 103.7, 96.5 via our online stream or our simulcast with the Cricket Tasmania Premier League YouTube. And at the innings break, it's 7 for 125 for the Greater Northern Raiders off their 20 overs. Just thought, especially for our northern listeners, might just go through some of the scores today in the Cricket North Midland Tractors T20 Cup, the third round of games. These games started at 4 p.m. And Westbury, 9 for 101. And just a mixture of double-figure scores there, no standouts. And the wicket takers there, 2 each from Light, McLean, Skipper and Donaldson. And South Launceston got over Westbury. They scored 3 for 102 and won that game quite comfortably. Other games this afternoon. If I just look at... just bear with me. Just while I look for those other games, Richard, we might just talk about a game you saw, the middle game of the day, I think. The 1 o'clock start between Westbury and Launceston. Dramatic finish.
Yeah, look, it was. The game finished with the scores tied, and the umpires called for the so-called super over, and Launceston scored 10 in that super over, and then Westbury lost wickets on each of the first 2 deliveries of their super over, and the umpires called the match. I was with Xavier Doherty, ex-Tasmanian and Australian left-arm orthodox player, and we both thought that the umpires had erred, and we thought that rule of 2 out, all out, or that bylaw of 2 out, all out in a super over had been replaced several years ago, but it turns out that both Xavier and I were wrong, and the umpires were correct. So an interesting turn of events that you could get 10 in a super over, which we thought perhaps mightn't have been enough, and then end up winning by 10. A good an interesting outcome, and really a good product and a good game of cricket and a good tournament being played this weekend. At the NTCA ground.
Both teams in that game, Westbury and Launceston, scored 115. Westbury 6 for 115, Launceston 5 for 115.
And for much of the game, Launceston looked like they were going to get those runs quite easily.
Yep.
But as is often the case, it tightened up, and it was a very tense last over with Captain Coach Al Taylor really animated with how things were going. 63 not out, good contribution there. Oh, he played well, but clearly had himself set to get the team over the line. It had to do it in the super over. So narrow win there to Launceston. The other game in the middle section today was Riverside and Mowbray, who both won their first games of the day. And Mowbray scored 5 for 119, with Hughes scoring 43. And Reply Riverside got the runs, 4 for 120 off the second last ball. So there you go. The 2 middle games today were pretty much decided right at the death. Yep. And Kerrison there scoring 50 for Riverside.
We must mention the other games here, the third group of games today, and the University Newtown game. What a thriller that was. University made 7 for 118, and in response, Newtown were, after their 20 overs, they were bowled out with one ball to spare, actually, 114. So sneaking home their University, they make the final. They finish the competition on 10 points on the top of the ladder. The other game also this afternoon was Glenorchy versus Kingborough. And if we look at the score there, Kingborough made 7 for 114, with Vincent top scoring there with 28. And in reply, Glenorchy were 8 for 115, so a close finish there. In fact, it looks like they got the runs off the last ball, because 20 overs expired there. So a dramatic finish there in that game as well. And the top scorer there was Davis with 48, who was, young Davis was quite impressive in the under-18s a couple of days ago against the Raiders. I think he scored 70 for Glenorchy, so
right.
He scored 48 again today. Obviously a young talent.
You can see most of the winning scores through this the T20 competition well below what we are used to seeing in Big Bash cricket, of course.
We've seen 118 defended there, and 115 got on the last ball, so makes 125 defendable, perhaps.
Yeah, look, it does. I mean, obviously this is an excellent wicket and lightning outfield here at UTAS Stadium, so there's no risk it's below par, but they're on the board, and if the Raiders can produce a bowling and fielding performance similar to what they did this morning, then North Hobart will need to bat well.
Often a tactic can be for a team to come out here and try and break the spirit of the fielding team, get 30 or so off 3 overs just to break the game apart. So I think the Raiders need to guard against that sort of eventual result for them.
Yes, it seems that the Raiders are going with the same approach that they used this morning. Having left arm orthodox Brodie Hayes bowl the first over, sometimes you can almost grab the opening batsman by surprise a little bit and rush through an over and without any damage. That's clearly the idea again. So Hayes is starting with a ring of 4 fielders inside the circle on the offside and a long off, and the other outfielder is at backward square leg.
So the first ball, going back in defence there was Bradley Smith. So the openers are Smith and Page. Patrick Page was impressive in the game against Lindisfarne previously today. Second ball, and Smith goes back and defends back to Hayes. It's very similar to his first over against Lindisfarne. He only bowled the one over in the previous game for the 2 runs.
And may well do the same today, or this game.
Smith drives straight back to Hayes, no run. 3 dot balls.
Yes, it's almost a defensive role. Unusual to have a new ball in your hand and start in a defensive manner, but that's in effect what's happening.
Tosses this one up, but he's got cover as it's driven down to mid-off with the deep mid-off fieldsman there, so just the 1 run. Of course, chasing 125, it's just a bit over 6 and over. There's no need to take a lot of risks. So we might see a quiet start. I either expect the quiet start or, as I said, that explosive start where you try and get the target down very quickly. But Brodie Hayes, he's a good bowler, varies his flight nicely. So we've got the left-hander Patrick Page on strike, stocky figure. Left-hander to left-hander. That's down leg side, top edge, could be a catch. Yeah. Bounces just in front there of the fieldsman in James Simpson.
Who looked a little bit slow to get going,
Yep.
I thought, Dave. It looked as the ball left the bat as if he was a chance, but he couldn't make it.
So brings the right-hander back on strike. And Smith plays across the line, down to mid-on. So tidy first over, Richard, from Brodie Hayes.
Well, that's the idea of that, to sneak that over in, and it's exactly what he's done, 2 off it, so certainly would take that. Now, James Beattie to start from the Invermaid Park end.
Which is different to our previous game where John O'Chapman bowled from that end, so...
Yes, switching it up a little bit. John O'Chapman very miserly and bowls with just a nice outswinging shape. James Beattie's left arm, and he's coming left arm over to the left-handed batsman, and is a wicket taker. So they'll be looking for early inroads.
And they'll need to do that because they're a very powerful batting lineup. You can see on the board there still to come, the likes of Jewell and Pycroft, Murfitt on the board. But what we haven't mentioned, for those that weren't with us this morning, Richard, was that the Raiders' fielding this morning was outstanding.
It was. They knew the ground well. Very difficult to get lost in the big outfield here and be either too close in off the boundary line or not far enough back and sacrifice either twos or fours. But we knew our game well and charged the ball appropriately and really fielded well. It was excellent.
BT, across the line there, big shot for LBW. It was a bit high for mine. And probably clearing the stumps, no support there from the keeper.
But a good shout from
James
the bowler.
Beattie. Yeah,
fair enough too.
Page tried to play across the line there because there is no player out saving one on the onside.
There's just 3 on the onside and they're backward square leg, mid-wicket and mid-on. And 4, of course there can only be 2 out, but 4 in the ring on the offside. So
Beattie into Page, who does get it through the onside this time. He rocks back to a shorter ball and hits it beautifully through square leg. Classy shot, Patrick Page. 4 runs, none for 6.
Yeah, it was a so-called pace-on delivery, which wasn't short enough to cause any trouble, but not full enough to be good.
Beautiful shot.
It was a good shot.
He attempted at the ball before, but that ball was a little bit shorter, I think. Anyway, no, change the field. So he needs to get his line and length right here. Does Beattie into Page again. This one's hit into the offside. They think about a single as a misfield. They'll get it comfortably as Bennett does the mopping up. So none for 7. Smith on 1. And Page now up to 6. So light starting to take a little bit of effect here at UTAS Stadium.
Well, I hope they're starting to because it's it's looking a little, well, not gloomy, but clearly into the twilight.
Yes, it's get truly dark this time of year till around about 9 o'clock. James Beattie, number 21 on his back. Comes in, bowls this time, and it's hit by Smith straight to point. Expansive square drive there. Going to get through the field, but sharp fielding there by Miles Barnard, who seemed to hurt his shoulder a little bit earlier in the day, and his fine innings against Lindisfarne, of course, but he missed out with a bat in the first ball of the day in this contest here. So in comes Beattie now, advancing as Smith hits it through covers, and then I go away for 4. That wasn't where he was initially going to hit it, I don't think, but he just dropped it a bit shorter, did Beattie, a bit wider. And Bradley Smith,
he jumped down the wicket well before the delivery was released and found it a little bit wider than he was expecting, but it was right in his natural bat swing and went like a rocket.
No wicket for 11. So they're going to take it up here to young Beattie. Brad Smith, this time he backs away and tries to hit it through the offside, goes straight through the keeper, Elliston Buckley. End of the first over from Beattie, just the 2 boundaries off it plus a single, none for 9. 2 overs down, none for 11. So some aggressive intent, Richard.
Yeah, look, they've answered your question about how they're going to tackle it. They'll want to get this done straight away. Sam O'Mahony's coming on. There has been just the 1 over from the left arm orthodox Brodie Hayes.
What do you think about in both innings now? He's gone just for the 2 runs in the 1 over.
You'd have been tempted to go again.
I would. I probably would. Just to try and force the error.
Yeah, I can understand the thinking about sneaking.
You'd be worried that he might go for a few in the second over.
He's not a turner of the ball, so he can sometimes have some success in the first over and then go for plenty in the second. I guess we'll never know. But to take your point, O'Mahony has a happy knack of being a wicket taker. In fact, he took a wicket with his first ball in this morning's game, and of course, we need a repeat performance.
So unlike the BBL where there's 4 power play overs and 2 later on somewhere, we've got the straight 6 here in this Cricket Tasmania Premier League competition. O'Mahony bowls to Page, that's short. Umpire says that's okay height-wise. So it's a dot ball.
Yeah, surprised the batsman there that it got through a little more quickly than than the ambling run-up, would suggest.
Yep. Boy from Devonport, Sam O'Mahony.
I think as an employee of one of the golf clubs down the northwest coast.
He comes again. Left arm over to Page. It's a short, slower ball. He gets it through the forward square leg area. They should come back here for a comfortable 2 runs.
He's got some variations, O'Mahony, and he's certainly not afraid to try them. It doesn't always work, of course, but that's what's required in this format of the game at this level. So,
String Page played a controlled shot there. He didn't try to hit the cover off it.
He did pick it up, didn't he? He did see that it was a slower ball, and the action was noticeably different. So that would have helped him.
O'Mahony to Page. It's a shot just in the air. It should be out. Can a player get round? Oh no! It's landed right in between the two of them, and placed it perfectly. Patrick Page right near the square leg umpire.
Now, umpire Witters there was perfectly placed. All he needed to do was take one step to his right, and he'd have held that easily. But the desperate fielder from mid-wicket, and even James Beattie from fine leg were clamouring to get there, but neither of them were ever a chance. Right
between Brady Hayes there and Beattie. So a bit of a let-off there for Patrick Page. Now Smith is on strike to O'Mahony. Backs away. Ball was right on target. Bottom edge. Out to point, no run.
Look, a really good over so far. He's changed it up. He's had the batsman guessing as to whether it's full or short, full pace or off pace. And, look, fantastic. He's absolutely the style of player who has the potential to take it to the next level. He's had a really good start to his year.
Brad Smith, 5 off 9. O'Mahony comes in. That keeps very low on the offside. Because this wicket now, we had from Tim Coyle earlier, it was used on Thursday, and now it's the second game here today. But I haven't had a look at it today. It looks fantastic. The outfield was, I've never seen it look better. Of course, it's been resurfaced in the last year or so. It's looking an absolute picture.
Oh, look, it's fantastic for these players.
Love to get a Shield game here. Dominic Baker, if you're listening, get us a Shield game. We deserve it. As O'Mahony comes in now, bowls to Smith, who just chops it. One bounce to the keeper. Can't get a run. It was a good over there from O'Mahony. No boundaries off it. Just the 3 runs. So it's none for 14 off 3.
Well, of course, the ground's perfect. I would expect in every sense as far as Cricket Australia requirements would be concerned for a Shield game. I don't know at all, but I would think it would be only a matter of time before that opportunity comes back.
Do you mind, Richard, you were playing when we were in Tasmania, we were playing all 3 venues, the Hobart TCA ground in TCA and Devonport Oval?
Yes, I played some games in each of Devonport, Hobart and Launceston.
There's Beattie, second over to Page, under edge again, and well taken there by Elliston Buckley. That was 4 runs if it got past him.
And whilst romantically we talk about the good old days of some Shield games in Launceston, the reality was that the facility and the wicket, especially in the late 80s or mid to late 80s, was not up to standard of the level.
As this time Beattie to Page, he spoons it round the corner, well fielded, and no runs. And that's 2 great fielding efforts in consecutive balls. That was Simpson that time. So saving runs. Yes, I can remember going to the one and only one-day international at the NTCA ground between New Zealand and India back in the day. And I was also at the one and only international at Devonport between England and West Indies, believe it or not.
Yeah, right.
As Beattie comes in to Page, doesn't time the square drive, but gets it wide of the fieldsman Bennett. They get themselves 1 run.
One of the Shield games I played at the NTCA ground was against Queensland, and it was the last game that Alan Border played before being appointed Australian captain, and it was the last Shield game before Craig McDermott played his first test against the West Indies at the MCG. I can remember being a bit thankful that I was up the other end when he broke Brian Davison's arm hit Danny Buckingham under the chin in consecutive deliveries.
As Beattie bowls this time, great shot from Smith, but there's cover out on the boundary, timed that beautifully. And Spencer Hayes wheels it back in. That magical arm of his comes back in a second flat. So just another single, so they're not scoring quickly at the moment. But Crucially for North Hobart, they're not losing wickets.
Look, we've kept it in check. If we could snare 1 or 2 now, then we've got a contest.
None for 16 in the 4th over. Beattie moves in now to the left-handed Page, who tries to hit this down the ground. Big shout for LBW once again. It was more the bowler appealing than the keeper. Richard Signal's leg side.
Yeah, looked like a bit leggish, but good shout. And
no support there from Elliston Buckley. But good length ball. So chancing his arm there, Page. You can see there's no player out on the boundary on the leg side. Just the 3 fieldsmen, in fact, on the leg side. 7-3 field.
Now those
6-3 field.
Those lights, Dave, they're going to take effect shortly, are they? Because I'm starting.
I can see the shadows.
Right.
As this time he does make contact, hits it beautifully to Patrick Page for, I suspect, a maximum. Yes, it is. Cleared the line there. So 6 runs to Patrick Page, and gee, when he hits them, they stay hit.
Yeah, what a good strike.
Moves up to 16, and that was the last ball of the over. None for 22 off the 4 overs. So run rate required is 6.5. But Beattie tied over, but just dropped a little bit short there. And Patrick Page rocked back and hit it for a magnificent 6. That's a long boundary.
Yeah, it is. That was almost as long as Chapman's 6 at the end of the Raiders innings. And just cleared the boundary, I think, by less than a metre. O'Mahony's going to bowl again. I thought his first over was excellent. If he could just snare the Raiders 1, keep the interest in the contest.
So O'Mahony bowling his second over to Brad Smith, who cuts nicely down to third man. Fielded comfortably down there by Beattie. So 2 overs to go in the power play here. And run rate, not huge at the moment, but it doesn't need to be. They're only looking at a bit over 6 and over in total. That's where they're at the moment. But as I said, crucially, there are no wickets down.
No, they don't need 6, David. Oh, yes. My apologies. Of course they do.
As
apologies.
O'Mahony into Patrick Page. He gets good connection on that one. Pull shot. 1 bounce into the dugout. Backward square. And he loves that pull shot. And if they feed it, he's going to break this open very quickly. So another 4 there, Page. He moves on to 20 off 13.
It looks like he's having a fruitful trip north, Page.
Yep.
As you said earlier, he had a good innings in the midday game today, or the game in the middle of the day against Lindisfarne.
O'Mahony again to Page. Oh, French cut. Gets it down the ground towards us here through... fine leg, and it's 4 runs, the inside edge, and it's another boundary there to North Hobart. A lucky one on that occasion, none for 31. Page up to 24.
He French cut that directly towards us, Dave, didn't he? We could tell how close it was to the leg stump, and that was not far at all. So, game of millimetres.
Yeah, he certainly he hits it hard. It's all duck or no dinner with Patrick Page. He's powerful player. The quintessential T20 opener playing that role. In comes O'Mahony again to Page. And this one's round the court. He could be out. He's caught. He'd get the pull shot again. Got it fine. Straight to Beattie. He took a comfortable catch. And that's the important wicket for the Raiders. And it's 1 for 31 in the 5th over. We might take a short break here on City Park Radio. We'll come back in a moment to have a bit of a discussion about that wicket.
Love Lonnie, supporting local. There's more to love in Launceston Central City, from boutique retailers and a diverse range of eateries through to quality services to indulge in. Take some time to rediscover the city centre and support local businesses. Feed your curiosity with a range of exciting events or be drawn in by the various local attractions, rich heritage and architecture. There are so many things to see and do in the city centre. Discover it for yourself at launcestoncentralcity.com.au.
A sponsor of City Park Radio.
The first wicket has fallen here at UTAS Stadium, 1 for 31. And he chanced his arm, he went short again, and he was risking another boundary, but Patrick Page just didn't quite get the middle of the bat there.
Yeah, look, I think because of O'Mahony's variations and, even though Page was striking the ball well, he wasn't 100% sure of the shot, and it seemed to get a bit of glove on that and really just lobbed it into the hands of Beattie. who was fielding at 45 on the circle. So obviously a valuable wicket, but Caleb Jewell, the incoming batsman.
It's the big wicket here for the Raiders as Caleb Jewell plays that down through slip. He might get 4 for it as it's coming down here. Chapman racing around, can't make it. So lucky, streaky little shot there from Caleb Jewell, but he's off the mark with a 4.
Yeah, see 2 boundaries here this over. One was a French cut that must have missed the leg stump by millimetres, and then that one, Captain Wood did the right thing, bought a slip in, and somehow it went just a little to his left, but also beat the third man on the fine leg on the boundary, Chapman.
Yep.
So desperately unlucky for Omani there.
So Omani again coming into Caleb Jewell. Of course, Caleb Jewell's in the Hurricanes squad. Played quite a few games with the Hurricanes last year. There's a dot ball on this occasion. That's the end of the Omani over. 3 boundaries off it, but 2 of them, as Richard said, were a bit of luck involved. 2 overs, 1 for 16. 5 overs gone, 1 for 35. And, sounds pretty obvious, Richard, but when you're defending these small totals, you just got to keep taking wickets, don't you?
Yep, obviously that's the case. In the first game, we had a terrific result from the contribution of our spinners. And apart from that 1 over where Brodie Hayes bowled the left-arm orthodox first over, Oliver Woods decided to stick with the seam-up guys, and John Chapman's coming on for his first over. He's had a terrific season, leading wicket taker coming into this weekend in the competition. So that's great. I think we said 22 wickets at something like 15.
Yep.
So that's the sort of performance that has those looking at higher honours, taking a bit of notice. So, terrific reward for Jono. He's been a terrific servant of the Raiders in the first 3 years.
Here comes to Brad Smith, who drives down the ground. First ball, welcome to the bowling crease, Jono Chapman, and that's 4 runs, clears mid-off. So, a different approach now from Brad Smith. He was playing a bit of second fiddle there to Patrick Page, but with the demise of Page, he's just taken toll of that one that was pitched up. Bit of a warm-up delivery, bit of a loosener.
Yeah, I didn't think he had all of it when he first hit it, but he certainly did.
It's travelling by the time it got to the boundary.
Yeah, it seemed to be well hit by the time it hit the fence.
So Brad Smith, another 4, scores 1 for 39. There's Chapman in again to Brad Smith. This time he steps away a bit, hits it straight to point. So Brad Smith this year. Some handy knocks, 69 against Uni on the 22nd of November. He's played of the year in first grade, 36 also against Uni on the 19th of December. So some handy contributions this year. As this time he charges, he hits in the air, just backward a point to third man, so he gets a single. So a very attacking outlook here from Brad Smith. So just defending a low total, the Raiders just must make inroads into this very strong North Hobart batting lineup. Batsman dismissed was Page, 24 off 15, 3 4s and a 6. So Caleb Jewell now comes on strike to Jono Chapman.
Quality player, Caleb Jewell.
Been in great form this year. Might look at some of his performances in a moment. Captain of the team. So Caleb Jewell this time, it keeps a bit low and he's beaten by Chapman. Go through the keeper.
He looked really awkward with that one, didn't he? Cut back and sliced him in 2. Went between bat and pad and through to the keeper. 300s
this year, Richard. 122 versus South Hobart Sandy Bay. The next week, 100 versus 110 versus Clarence, and 139 versus Glenorchy a few weeks back. So fine season he's having. He plays this one of the offside. Just not rushing things.
Well, it sounds like we need to get him out this over or next, Dave, doesn't it?
Yep. So Smith on the 12 off 16. Jewell 4 off 4. Last ball of the 6th over. Caleb Jewell is beaten. Little edge is there. There is. He's out. Caught behind. That's the big wicket that the Raiders needed. And Jono Chapman bowling good lines, just tempted dual outside off stump. And that's, as Richard said, that's a big wicket for the Raiders. It's 2 for 40 at the end of 6 overs. And well bowled, Jono Chapman.
Well bowled indeed, and it wasn't a T20 wicket. It wasn't caused by any expansive or unrealistic shot. It was caused by a ball nipping away off the seam and a fine edge through to keeper Elliston Buckley, who would be pleased to have gloved that one because he had 1 or 2 in the first game that didn't go his way. So, look, terrific reward again for Chapman. Big wicket. Now, is it enough? Early enough? We don't know.
There's plenty of batting to come here for the Demons, starting with Jack White, who's come to the crease. But he won't be on strike because that was the end of the over. And looks like Ollie Wood, who bowled really well today. A lot of pace-off deliveries, as Timmy Call talked to us about.
Look, it was interesting to hear Tim talk about Oliver's bowling. He had been expensive in some games earlier in the season, but they had determined prior to the game this morning that the go was for Oliver to take the pace off the ball in those middle overs, which was a change of plan, and it worked really well for him. So it was really insightful to hear, of that planning and how it had panned out.
Oliver Wood, and that's a pace off delivery straight away. Quick single, direct hit, be interesting. But he went through and took the risk there, did Jack White. They made it through, so a single there to Brad Smith. He goes up to 13 from 17. 2 for 41 in the 7th. Chasing 126 for victory. Earlier today, Raiders made 7 for 125. Contributions from Ollie Wood with 24, Spencer Hayes 21, and Omani with 19, and a handy little 14 at the end from Jono Chapman. As in comes Wood.
Yep.
Oh, and that's, was that a no ball? Let's see, was that over waist high? Interesting call.
Oh.
Yep. So it was a very, very slow ball. He just lost control of it. So this will be a free hit for Jack White. Probably fortunate for the Raiders that Jack White's only just come to the crease. So probably hasn't got his eye probably in yet.
Look, it probably was above waist height, and the fact that it was a much slower delivery, certainly not lethal, counts for naught. If it's above waist height, that's what triggers the no ball.
Okay, here's the free hit situation. So Jack White gets it down through fine leg. That might get away to the boundary in this fast outfield. Fieldsman does well. They're in Beatty. So limits the scoring to 2. So 2 for 44. Maybe buying too many slow deliveries.
Early on, I thought that perhaps the first over you can go seam up, especially with 2 relatively new, or 1 new batsman, and then take the pace off in subsequent overs.
This one's a ball right on the stumps, beats the infield there in Miles Barnard. So they jog through for an easy single, take the score up to 45.
I think spin bowling will still be the key to this match. Obviously, what's this? The over number, help me out,
7?
Dave. Over number 7, we've just had one over of spin, but they'll need to get through at least another 3, probably more than that, overs of spin, and so it'll need to be coming up shortly.
Oliver Wood in now here to Smith, and that's a leaning edge, pops in the air to land safely, and it'll just go down to third man. So
again, that ball absolutely could have gone anywhere. Yep. And in our innings, the times we lost sight of the short ball, it seemed to go straight to hand. That's the second of those that North Hobart have enjoyed. So I'm claiming a bad rub of the green, Dave.
That's cricket.
Yeah.
That's the game, isn't it? But well bowled, Ollie Wood. So the pressure's on here. Still 81 runs to get, 8 wickets in hand. Jack White on strike to Ollie Wood. He goes for the big drive here. So ball a bit wider, not signalled wide, so dot ball there. Goes through to Elliston Buckley.
And you're still telling me that lights are taking effect, are they?
Yeah, I can see shadows.
Right, okay.
Yep, so I'm not sure whether they're on full power or not. We can't see them with the grandstand overhang here, but you can see the multiple shadows for each player from each light tower. It's that awkward twilight time, isn't it, as a batsman? It's not easy to adjust to. Wood now straight back to the bowler there from White. So no run. Good first over there from Hollywood.
And a good finish to the over, I thought. Just as we said, we thought he might have been taking the pace off a little bit too much. He hurried the batsman with a quicker short ball and then closed the over out well. 6 runs off it, and a lot of those were due to the no ball and free hit. So we're going to see Jono Chapman again after his fine first over. Got the big wicket of Caleb Jewell. Yeah, it'd be interesting the approach that they use from here. Chapman troubling the batsman, so does the captain keep him going in the search of extra wickets? Or
I think you nearly have to. I don't think this game will go to the 20th over. I'll be very surprised if it does.
Okay, the only way it would go to the 20th over is if we got amongst the wickets now and they pieced
they're 8 or 9 down situation. Yep. So it's only one, maybe another. We'll see how this over pans out. As Smith cuts, nice shot. It's wide of the fieldsman. Won't go to the boundary. It's a nice pick up there by Spencer Hayes, but they get through for 2. So, impressive shot there from Smith.
Yeah, short and wide and nice safe cut shot. Well fielded again, as you say, by Hayes.
16 off 19 for Brad Smith. Yep. 2 for 48 is the score. As Chapman in again. He goes and does a little shot round the corner. He got way over to the offside. Flicked it round. Wasn't a full-on sweep shot, or ramp shot I should say, but it was a ramp shot of sorts. It was just around the corner for a single.
If you hadn't been to the cricket for 10 or 12 years and you came today and saw that shot, you'd have thought, oh well, goodness, what's going on in the world? He was well outside off stump when he looked to paddle it around the corner in that ramp style.
2 for 49. Chasing 126. We're in the 8th over. So, field now for Jack White. Fine legs coming up. Only got the 4 fieldsmen out.
Yes, you're right. Yeah, 3 in the circle on the leg side, yeah.
Chapman to White. Nice little efficient shot on the leg side. Placed it beautifully. Should get 2. Does get 2. Just backward of square. That's good play there from Jack White. Sensible cricket. The 50's up. 2 for 51 in the 8th over. White's up to 5. Smith on 17. Jono Chapman in the twilight. And he comes now to White. It's beaten outside off stump. Half-hearted appeal there from Elliston Buckley. No contact. Dot ball.
That's the twilight of the evening, not the twilight of his career.
True.
Yeah.
True. That was a similar sort of ball to what Caleb Jewell was dismissed on.
Yeah, one that just slides away from the left-hander.
Chapman to White. This time he plays around the corner. That beats the infield. That's 4 runs. That's a beautiful wristy shot there from Jack White. It's one of the best shots I've seen today as far as pure cricket shots are concerned. And picks up a handy boundary. 2 for 55. White moves up to 9. Very wristy, almost subcontinental little shot there.
Yeah, it was well played, just off his pads, as you say, and beat the man at 45 in the circle, and the man on the boundary at square leg was never a chance. So it's forced a move, and the man from 45 on the circles, that's James Simpson's gone all the way back to the boundary now.
Chapman again to White. This time he just plays back along the onside of the pitch for no run.
And a better straight line there gave the batsman no opportunity to work it across.
8 overs gone, 2 for 55. Chapman 2 overs, 1 for 14. Probably time for some spin, Richard. We saw Hayes first up.
Well, I've called for it, but
it's going to go with Ollie Wood.
Ollie Wood's
going to go with himself.
Second over. Yep. I just, I hope that they don't leave the spin so long that those spinners, really don't have the runs to play with or work with that they need.
71 required off 12 overs. So the run rate required for the first time is just snuck below 6 and over. As in comes Wood this time to Smith. He just backs away. I'm not sure what he was trying to do there, but it wasn't a great shot. Hits him on the thigh pad. Falls onto the offside of the pitch, no run.
Yeah, he did get himself into a tangle, didn't he? The ball followed him, and Yeah, he made a bit of a mess of it. Hit him on the right thigh in the end, I guess, above pad height.
So still to come, of course, is Corey Murfitt, Alex Pycroft. So a fair bit of batting still in the dugout. As Ollie Wood, right arm over. And he comes here to Smith. Bowled in. Backed away this time. Kept a bit low. Tried to play it through the offside. Hit the leg stump. And that's a big wicket for the Raiders. This keeps them in the game. 3 down, 4:55.
Look, what an encouraging response from Wood. Not just that he got the wicket, but the response from his team certainly sends a message that they think they're still in the game. They are not backing down from it at all. And whilst I wouldn't say there's a big crowd here, there's certainly more than there were for the earlier game today. And likewise, the crowd were up with it as well. Yep. So it's really encouraging. Not just for tonight's game, but it's encouraging for the program. These young men have not walked away from their own clubs. They've grown from their own NTCA and NWTCA clubs to be a part of this new concept, to rebuild the pathway for cricketers in the north, and they're getting this reward of being able to play this excellent facility. And now there's a few people coming along and showing a bit of interest, and City Park Radio are covering it, on the radio, and there's even some vision, of it available. So it's all underpinning and supporting the investment that these boys are making in cricket in the north, and it's really heartening.
Corey Murfitt comes to the crease, the big left-hander, and of course another key wicket they'll need to take if they're going to win this game for the Raiders. Interesting tactics from Smith there, Richard. He backed away the previous ball. Quite sure what he was aiming to do there and whether he needed to even do it. Just play orthodox shots at this stage of the game.
For North Hobart, this game is set up for for smart cricket. To work the ball into the gaps, and you can do it easily. But he got himself into a mess. Okay,
Wood, first ball to Murphy, slip in place. Goes to the big off drive, and he's going to get a single first up. That was well run. He just knocked it into the adjoining pitches. It went up in the air. He had enough time to go through for a quick single. So off the mark straight away is Corey Murfitt. 3-4-56. 70 required.
And credit to Oliver Wood. I was calling for the spin to be introduced, and of course, next ball he snared the wicket himself. Well done.
White on strike now. Left-hander. Goes to the big drive. Fairly wide ball, but not signal wide. So a dot ball.
Beating the bat quite regularly. Do you think he might be brave enough to bring that third man up into a slip?
Yep. Well, he had a slip in place there for the new batter. So, as you said, they're not going to contain you with a run rate required of 6 and over. You've got to take wickets.
I think we've got to keep going with the wickets, and it's looking like there is enough carry and there's enough going in the surface. He's bringing a fine leg up and putting mid on and mid off back, but that's about another matter. That's not necessarily an attacking move.
2 balls to come in the 9th over. 3-for-56. Wood into White, who drives in the offside. They'll fall short there of Spencer Hayes in the outfield. Just get the 1 run. And that tracer bullet throw of Spencer Hayes straight over the stumps. They don't do it anymore, Rich. I remember when I was younger watching cricket on TV and live, the crowd would applaud if someone who threw the ball over the stumps, even if there was no run out.
The etiquette, or the expectation of the game has changed.
Yeah. They're just expected to throw it 70 metres to the right over the bails.
Yeah.
Murfitt this time, pull shot, doesn't make contact as he'd like, and it goes straight back to the bowl. It fooled me, and it's just a dot ball in the end. So the end of the 9th over. 3-4-57.
And we are seeing the introduction of leg spin from Will Bennett, who snared a really important wicket in the earlier game this morning.
He certainly did. So right arm leg spinner. Son of Michael,
yep.
Old Launcestonians football legend. Michael Bennett.
Old Launcestonians football player.
Played against Michael quite a few times in the day. So Bennett let's look at the field here, Richard. So we've got a deep mid on, backward square leg. Just the 4 out, is there?
Yeah, there's just 4 on the leg side to start with, which might be a surprise, but no, they've gone that way, and they've got 2 men behind point on the offside, both in the circle.
Run rate required 6.3. 357 off 9. This one's a quicker ball, and he pounces on that to Jack White. Crouching sort of shot, hits it straight to square leg to Spencer Hayes. So single there off the first ball from Bennett.
And they've made one change to the field with the stronger Murphy on strike, taking the mid-wicket back to the boundary.
That's down the leg side. Signal wide. Sure what the appeal was for there.
Well,
maybe an LBW appeal just to say...
It's the old technique to see if you can get out of the wide, isn't it?
Yep.
It must have been a bit of something on the... Yeah, I don't know.
Crouching stance for Murphy. This one's short. He goes round the corner. He's going to beat the short fine leg. Not a great ball there from Will Bennett, and he knows it. He kicks the turf, and that's a boundary for Murphy.
Yeah, two in a row, shortened down the leg side, and got away with the first. Well, didn't get away with the first one. It was a wide, but full toll on the second one.
3 for 63. Murphy up to 5.
Need to float it up a little bit more and be just outside off stump, I think, is the line.
A nice little flick shot there. They might try and run 2 here. They run the first one hard. Going back for 2. They should make it. Good running there by Murphy and White. Getting the 2 runs. 3 for 65. Interesting stance at the crease, Corey Murphy. Richard, I'll get you to analyse a bit. The hands are very low.
Yes.
It's a very crouched sort of stance.
Yeah, it's not pretty, is it?
No.
It's not pretty, but...
effective.
Yeah, look, he produces some pretty good results. So, look... as the ball's delivered, let's have a look at him this time.
The hands are quite low.
Yeah, but he's a little more upright.
Big appeal for LBW. Down on his knees is Will Bennett. Mighty missing leg.
But he wasn't dying wondering, was he? It was a good shout. Yeah.
So dot ball. No run off that one.
Seemed to hurry along a little bit, so well bowled.
Tossed up. He doesn't get full purchase, but he gets down the ground as Corey Murphy. They might think about 2, but he gets the ball quickly, gets it back in, so just the 1 run. 1 ball remaining in the 10th over. 66 is the score, so another 60 required off the last 10. And it's 7 wickets for the Raiders. This one's right on the stumps and treated with respect there from Jack White. Good finish the over from Bennett after a bit of a sloppy start. That's 9 off the over. 10 overs gone. It's 3 for 66. We're back here in a moment on City Park Radio.
Do you remember the book lady, Susan from the Esk Market? Well, Susan is now at 5A David Street, Newstead, next door to the news agency. It's called Booked Again, and you will receive the same great service, same lovely smile, and not only that, but the book selection is massive. No matter what you are after in books, Susan will have it, including older books and new releases, plus much, much more. Open Wednesday to Saturday from 10am to 6pm. Pop in and say hi to Susan and pick up some great reading. Booked Again, 5A David Street, a sponsor of City Park Radio.
Welcome back here to Utah Stadium with Dave Moore and Richard Bennett. And it's great to bring you the Cricket Tasmania Premier League T20 competition. Grand finalists have been decided. It's going to be University and North Hobart. But for the Raiders, they can finish way up the ladder if they can. Well, they will anyway, but even further up the ladder if they can win this last preliminary game against North Hobart. Have finished second on the ladder. They'll be finishing on 9 points or 11. Sorry, they'll finish on 9 points if they win this one. So, bit of a mistimed shot there as Cooper Anthys is in the attack. Corey Murphy. Quite timed that one. Into the 11th over. Anthys to Murphy. He advances. Once again, doesn't quite time it, but gets enough on it to get it down to mid-off for a single. So quiet atmosphere here now. As Richard said, quite a few people come in to look at the game. They're mainly seated in the RACT stand. That's great. We can have local cricket on this great stadium. As advancing now, hitting down the ground nicely as White Gee, that's a good shot. He's placed it beautifully. He's going to come back for 2.
Yeah, it's important to use all of the venue, and with that shot, played it wide of the long-on fieldsman, and it was always 2, but no risk in the shot. So
he's a smart player, Jack White, from what I've seen. He picks the gaps really well. He looks around his field and he's got his targets. And he's bowled. So well bowled, keeper Anthony's. Couldn't really tell from here whether that turned or not, but certainly cramped for room was Jack White. And that's another wicket for the Raiders. And the score now is 4-69. So they're just taking those wickets just when they look like they're losing control of the game, nipping in with those wickets.
Yes, we're still there and thereabouts, aren't we? It was that ball was not at drivable length, but it seemed to rush on, and White stepped away and gave himself room, but he was bowled, and the Raiders are up and about again.
So wickets so far to Omani, Chapman, Wood and Anthys, 1 apiece. So run rate's just the 6.1 required, but now we're 4 wickets down here at UTAS Stadium. Experienced Alex Pycroft comes to the crease.
2 old heads at the crease, so well, every partnership will be important to break, but this one's particularly critical.
And of course, Rob McMillan, the coach, is still to come, experienced player. So still some work to do yet for the Raiders. There's no doubt about that. But the game's probably, I'd say it's probably still in North Hobart's favour, but it's getting close to being evenly balanced.
Look, it is in North Hobart's favour, but I'm really encouraged by the way that our boys are putting themselves in the contest. They're not just prepared to accept that, well, North Hobart are expected to win, and they're certainly putting it to the opposition, which is certainly a next stage of their development. You know, they're in the contest. Really good stuff.
Anthony's first ball to Pycroft. It's just defended on the offside of the pitch. He's back at the top of his mark again. Once again into Alex Pycroft, who goes for the big shot through mid-wicket. Might have kept a bit low. He missed it. Well taken by Elliston Buckley. It just might be a bit of uneven bounce coming to the pitch now, Richard.
What a terrific over from Anthys. He comes on with a job to do, and what's that, 1 for 2 off that over?
Yep, 1 for 3 off that over. Yeah.
I'm no chance at this time of the night to be
the
reading that scoreboard.
Binoculars are definitely required at the moment. So, where do we go from here? Well, looks like Bennett's going to get that second over.
Yes, well, he bowled 3 good ones and 3 bad ones, I think, in his first. So we'll be looking to turn that around a bit this time.
So Bennett coming in now to Corey Murfitt. First one is tossed up, hit down the ground, evades the bowler. Chapman comes round. They think about 2. Pycroft says no. So just the 1 run, as the throw was a bit steep there from John Chapman. 4 for 70. Batsman out so far for North Hobart. Smith 17, Page 24, Jewell 4 and White 13. As Bennett comes in this time to Pycroft, it's tossed up. Nice shot from Pycroft. Picked the gap between square leg and mid-wicket. So they'll get an easy 2 there as Brody Hayes comes round to field. Smart play there from Pycroft. 2 runs, 4 for 72. Chasing 126. Comes in quickly to Bennett to Pycroft. Hits in the air a little bit, but straight to cover. No run. .54 required. 6 wickets in hand. He tosses it up again. Hits it down the ground. Does Pycroft. Comfortably down to Chapman for a single. Just the 1 run. Field scatter again for Murfitt.
2 in the circle on each side, both the off and on side, and of course the remainder on the boundary.
So Bennett, this time...
Yeah, well played.
To Murfitt, plays it down the ground for a single, so they're just not panicking at the moment, just hitting it around for the 1s and 2s.
Experienced pair, they know the job at hand, and no need for them to be taking any more risks than absolutely necessary.
Once again, one's down on the leg side. That's missing leg from Iron. So it was hit on the pad there was Pycroft. So it's the end of the over. That's 12 overs gone, 4 for 74. Run rate required 6.4. And 7 bowls used once again for the Raiders this evening, as they did today against Lindisfarne. So Cooper Anthony's after that impressive first over. Bowl again here to Corey Murfitt. Hope you're enjoying the action here on City Park Radio. We might run a little bit over time. It's now 10 minutes to 9, but as soon as the game is over, we'll do a very quick wrap-up and head to the medal show with Rob Foggo. As Cooper Anthony's keeps a bit low again. Dot ball as Murfitt just plays it back down the pitch. Anthony's wastes no time. Into Murphy, who advances, hits down the ground. Mid-on was a little bit wide, so he hit it straight and hits the boundary for 4. So just breaks the shackles there a little bit, just Corey Murfitt.
Yeah, good shot. And I think the mid-on is too wide. You want to straighten him up a little bit and encourage the batsman to try and work it squarer. They have 3 men on the boundary on the leg side. And that mid-on fielder is coming a little bit straighter now. Yep. Perhaps could go a bit further.
4 for 78. Murfitt on a 15. As it keeps a bit low. There's the players in the effects mic there. It's turned on the onside though, comfortably there by Murfitt for another run. Reminiscent of the chase earlier today. Keegan Oates took a hat-trick for Lindisfarne. And North Hobart went from for none for 37 to 3 for 37 in the space of 3 balls, but they steadied the chase and then got the runs comfortably. So a similar situation facing North Hobart here as Pycroft comes down. Once again, mid-off's a bit wide this time, so they might look for 2, but just settle for the 1 run there. So runs starting to flow. 4 for 80, Pycroft 3, Murfitt 16.
All innings we've been 1 or 2 wickets shy of where we need to be. Not suggesting for a moment that we haven't played well, but...
Toss up again, and Murfitt hits straight. They might look for 2, but mid-on has come that little bit straighter as we suggested. So it's just the 1 run. 4 for 81. Murfitt moves up to 17. So they have taken regular wickets, Raiders, and I reckon they did another one around about now. Experienced pair, as we've said. Tossed up. Pycroft straight down the throat of the fielder there, who takes the catch.
It's Ollie Wood.
That's Ollie Wood there in the outfield.
He was well positioned at a straightish mid wicket and about I think 15 metres off the long boundary. And the ball was hit quite firm and hard to him, but he moved well and, held a really valuable catch. Well done.
The pattern of this game is you just think North Hobart are taking control and the Raiders just chip in with a wicket. So
there we go. And so Anthus now, is that the end of his second over? He's got the double breakthrough.
2 for 10. He just tossed that one up again. So what I like about the Raiders spinners is they're not afraid to just give that ball a little bit of air, tempt the shot.
Yep, they're legitimate spinners. They're not just... looking to tie down an end, as you say. They're prepared to flight it up and to coax the batsman out of their crease to play the big shot. And Cooper has got the rewards. Well done. Not necessarily enjoying his best season with the ball, but those 2 overs were
there's still a lot of the season to go. I mean, we're just after Christmas, so they've probably got another. Well, they go 6 or 7 weeks.
Yeah, they go into back into one-day cricket after this weekend, as Coach Coyle was explaining to us this morning. And
get to Glenorchy, get KG5 next week.
Yep.
So Ollie Wood, after taking that catch, is going to bring himself back into the attack. So I'll just check the catcher there, Richard, because the scorebook is telling me that it might have been Omani.
Yeah, well...
that might make sense because often the captain doesn't field out on the boundary. So
look, I'm still going.
You're going to stick with Wood, okay?
Yep.
We're
not
doubting. Different with the scorers. No, that's fine.
Not doubting scorer Bob Pooley, of course. Not for me to do that, but...
Pycroft 4 off 8 deliveries there, so wasn't at the crease long. New over, Murfitt on strike to Wood. First ball is a wide. So if Ollie Wood would, I know he likes those slow balls, and I said it earlier in the call, just to try and have a stock ball for 2 or 3 overs, 3 balls of the over, rather than try and bowl the slow ball too often.
Well, that slow ball that's a wide, mate, it's not much good to anyone, is it?
It's
but
not.
There we go.
5 for 82. McMillan is the new batter, by the way, at the non-striker's end. They bat deep to North Hobart. So, plenty of room on the onside for a single if Murphy wants it. Wood this time, slower ball, and there's a bit of a leading edge, straight to point, no run this time.
And of course, first opportunity for most, if not all of, not all, but for most of these boys from both sides to be playing under lights.
That's right.
Different experience again, and so something to have under your belt and something to tell your family about. And your
Absolutely.
Grandkids, hopefully, one day.
There's something on the field there, given to the umpire.
A
Now, looks for
spike,
pitcher
I
now. Yeah, possibly. But ground looks for pitch now. A few plovers just grazing, but the light's really taking effect. And fantastic to have cricket under lights here, local cricket under lights here at UTAS Stadium, as Oliver Wood bowls to Murphy, who has to wait on it, cuts it out to deep point. Fieldsman there falls on the ball, but does the stop as he should. So just the 1 run there to Murphy. So McMillan now on strike for the first time. Just seeing some of that low bounce now as we're into the dying moments of this game.
Yeah, I think the wickets held up pretty well. I mean, that was low bounce because the ball was delivered so slowly. But there's been enough there for the bowlers, but a good true surface, and staff here to be commended to and their ability to bring this up for the game.
Ollie Wood bowls to McMillan, and he just plays on the offside for no run. So target now down to 43, 5 wickets in hand. Run rate's 6.5. It's been around that pretty much the whole chase. Oliver Wood, handy runs today. Big day of cricket. He's led by example. Always gives 100%. Stuttering run. Moves into it now. McMillan lets this one go. Is it a wide? Umpire says no. It's okay. So it's a slow ball again.
Slower ball but with extra grunt, I think. Is that designed to mislead the batsman?
So we're nearly at the top of the clock at 9 o'clock. Just repeating, we'll be going a little bit into the medal show. Apologies, Rob, but we'll do a very quick wrap up once the game is over here at UTAS Stadium. So crowd very quiet as Ollie Wood comes in, bowls, down leg side. Now, was there any bit of bat on that? There's a bit of consternation on the field. We'll wait and see. It hasn't been signalled a wide as yet. So there may have been a leg by. So be a bonus there. It wasn't a wide.
2 leg buys.
So 2 leg buys to the score. 5 for 85. McMillan yet to score. Murphy on 18 from 16. 1 ball left in the 14th over. 6 overs available. Wood into McMillan. It's a short. McMillan plays it well down to third man, I beg your pardon. So there'll just be the 1 run there. We'll keep the strike at the end of the over. So 5 down for 86. Exactly 40 to get with 6 overs remaining. 6.7 is the required rate. We're in for a good finish, Richard.
Well, we may be. Anthus is going to bowl his 3rd over, or he's keen to. Yes, he's taking his cap off, and of course he would, because his first 2 have been very well delivered.
2 for 10.
2 for 10. If we could have 3 for 15, then we'll take it, and then he might get his 4th at 4 for 20. That'll be nice as well. So, well done.
Interesting approach here. You can see McMillan, obviously experienced player, not rushing things. He knows that the run rate required still very much in hand, and probably also realises that these 2 are probably the ones that are going to have to get the target pretty close.
Yes, if we could keep the next one or two tight and then create the extra wicket, of course, then the lower order batsmen can start to panic a little bit.
They're small chase. If you can get the game into the last 1 or 2 overs, anything can happen.
Yeah, that's right.
I've seen that on a number of occasions in cricket.
Now the umpire's got a difficulty here. He's rushed off. What seems to be the problem here?
He's rushed off, but he's not rushing back on.
No. Now the umpires earlier in the match conferred over a run out, and I expressed a bit of surprise about that. Now Scott Witters has had to remove himself from the arena, come back,
and we're ready to go again.
And he's only making it as far as the point position, not the traditional square leg umpiring spot.
Cooper Anthys over number 15, and he comes to McMillan, who drives down the ground wristily, but safely down to deep mid-on for a single. So target now under 40. 39 to get, 5-4, 86 is the score. 87, I beg your pardon. Anthys this time to Murphy. Well flighted, just falls onto the onside. Off the pad, so tight bowling once again from Anthys, using his flight and variation very well. Anthys again now to Murphy, that's shorter. Murphy flays it onto the offside, but there's a sweeper out there, Spencer Hayes, so just the 1 run.
Really, I think that might have been his 15th delivery, and I think that probably the only one that's
dropped short.
Yeah, missed the mark so far, so. Needs to get back on, of course.
This one's short. McMillan plays it through the offside. Just for the 1. So, haven't seen a boundary for a little while. So these two players are just trying to consolidate. Get the target in sight. 5-4, 88. Murphy 19. McMillan 2. Murphy on strike. He goes down the pitch. He's stumped! He's deceived in the flight. Beat the offside, or beat the edge of the bat. And offside stumping there. Beautifully done by Elliston Buckley. And they're way back in this game now, the Raiders. They're just taking wickets when they need them. And that's 3 wickets now to Cooper Anthys. 3-4-13. Outstanding bowling.
Absolutely. The batsman was coming. He just dragged his length back a little bit, and the batsman was committed to the shot, tried to hit it over towards the scoreboard, and missed. And what was a simple stumping was completed. Simple, I say, but they're all difficult. And so 3 overs, 3 wickets. Cooper Anthys, well bowled.
6-4-89 is the score, and 19 off 19 there for Corey Murphy. Never looked totally comfortable. So new batsman coming to the crease is Van der Steeg,
who is less experienced.
Yep.
You were saying before he's played much of the season in second grade.
Yep.
Bowled effectively tonight, but this is now a bigger ask for him than it would have been for the more experienced players in front of him.
A lot of experience with Rob McMillan, and he needs to take them home now, North Hobart, as it's floated up, and Van der Steeg just sees out that first delivery, and that's the last ball of the over. So Cooper Anthys, outstanding spell, 3 for 13 off 3. It's 6-4-89.
Well, 1 for 3 off that over. That's another one. He had a couple of balls that dropped a little bit short, but thankfully cost just 1 each. And Woods bowling again. Is this his third day?
His last one.
Last one.
Richard,
now.
he's 3 overs, 1 for 11.
Yeah, well, he's done. He's gone about his business very well. Also, they've still got John O'Chapman with 2 up his sleeve, I would think. They probably look to bring him on from this end after Wood. So Wood is bowling his overs from the Invermaid Park end to the town end, of course. Being very careful to adjust his field now. He's got 3 men out on the boundary on the leg side and The fourth man on the leg side is at 45 in the circle.
Run rate required just popped over 7 and over as well as Wood comes in. Bowls to McMillan, hits it down the ground, straight to Beattie, 1 run. Brings the new batsman Van der Steeg on strike. Just an interesting thing here, Richard, with the board. It's saying that there's 35 to win, whereas I think they're chasing, according to my cricket here, I think they're chasing 126. So I make it they're actually chasing another 36. So I hope that sort of thing doesn't come back to bite us at the end of the game.
I'm going to go with what you reckon.
Well, I'm just looking here. The official scorecard here has got 7 for 125, which means 126 is the target. Anyway, in comes Wood, buying to Van der Steeg, beaten outside the off stump, taken by Alliston Buckley, who might have caught one on the fingers there as he waves his hand about.
You would think that my cricket and the scoreboard would both be drawn from the same thing, although I do know with the way that the IT's set up with Premier League cricket at the moment, one scores with on an iPad with my cricket and another uses another system, so they don't trip over each other, but apparently it may not have worked on this occasion.
Hope you're enjoying this game on City Park Radio and on the YouTube live stream as Wood comes into Van der Steeg. Short one, and doesn't do a bad job here, Van der Steeg. He gets it through. And they come back for 2. So JJ Van der Steeg off the mark. Pull shot through mid-wicket. Score up to 6 for 92. Run rate required now about 7.5 and over. In comes Wood, playing his last over. Little stuttery steps that he has at the start of his run. Then he winds into it, into Van der Steeg. Beaten again. Is it a wide? It's pretty wide of the off stump, but the umpire said it was okay. So an all-important dot ball. It's an exciting finish here. But a great day's cricket here at UTAS Stadium. Great decision to have this game under lights. Really good atmosphere. Ollie Wood to Van der Steeg. And to this delivery, he expands into a drive. Doesn't time it. Straight to short cover. Cooper Anthony's no run. So the dot balls are starting to build pressure. The run rate's been in control all night, but it's now sneaking up towards 8. So they've really put the squeeze on. Another outstanding bowling and fielding effort here from the Raiders.
And the change in the field here with a third man coming up into the ring and both mid-on and mid-wicket going back.
It's almost as if they're giving him a single to stay on strike. It's that sort of feel to it. Wood to Van der Steeg, who hits this one over point. That's not a bad shot. They might look for 2 here. It will be an easy 2 now for Van der Steeg as it's fielded in the deep. So 2 valuable runs there to North Hobart. They're 6 for 94. We'll take a short break and come back for the exciting last 4 overs.
Hello and welcome to The Geeks Review. I'm Royce.
I'm Ben.
And I'm Joshua.
We all love movies and TV, especially the geeky ones. And in our new show, we're going to review the new releases in the cinema and on DVD, because that's just what the internet needs more of. 3 guys talking about movies. From Doctor Who to Star Wars, Terminator to Harley Quinn, and a whole lot more. The Geeks Review, 4 p.m. Thursday on City Park Radio and at Royce Pendergast on YouTube.
Welcome back to UTAS Stadium. So we've got 4 overs remaining. Cooper Anthony is going to bowl his last over. Outstanding figures so far. And McMillan drives down to mid-on. They might look for 2, but they're happy with just the 1 run. 6 for 95. So 31 to get. 3.5 overs remaining. JJ Van der Steeg on strike. To the second ball of the over. To this one, he hits into the covers. Oh, and a misfield there. It might have been tight. But Ollie Wood just a slight misfield and they got through for the single. Score goes up to 6 for 96. Van der Steeg on 4. McMillan on 5. Van der Steeg up to 5, beg your pardon. So 5 apiece for the 2 batsmen.
Went to late cut that one and missed straight through to the keeper, no run.
Just look at the YouTube now. Richard, and it's definitely saying 126. So we're going to go with that. 126 to win as it's tossed up, hit down the ground here by McMillan. Another single, but they're getting to the stage where they might have to look for some boundaries. Run rate required now up to 8.6.
And the boundaries, touch wood, they do look a little bit harder to come by now with a newer batsman at the crease. Anthony's
to Van der Steeg. He moves across and he's bowled. He moved across to his offside to try and hit through the leg side, and unerring accuracy once again from Cooper Anthys. That's another wicket for the Raiders. It's 7 for 97.
Ben Humphrey, I think, is it, coming out to bat? No,
Ben Fraser.
Ben Fraser. Ben Humphrey's a
Launceston on the mind.
I have got Launceston on the mind. Ben Fraser, I had him in an under-15 regional squad in Launceston some years ago, and he was certainly a batting all-rounder at that stage, and since then he's certainly become a bowler. But, I hope he doesn't go back to his under-15 days too much and tear us apart here.
Cooper Anthys, outstanding figures now.
Yes, 4 wickets for him.
4 wickets.
What excellent bowling.
4 for 16 off 3.5 overs. And new batsman Fraser will be on strike. Let me just see his approach here. Of course, North Hobart through to the final of this competition, but they wouldn't want to go out of the preliminary rounds with losing here tonight. Let's see what happens. Fraser sweeps. It's a stylish sort of shot. Out to Spencer Hayes, and they'll just get the 1 run. 7 for 98. 3 overs remaining.
End of an excellent spell from Anthys. Well done. He's he's turned the match, hasn't he?
Great round of applause from the crowd over there. 4 for 17 of his 4 overs.
And as expected, Chapman to bowl out from the Invermay Park end.
So I imagine Chapman, Beatty's still got 2 overs left. Omani's still 2 left.
And Beatty is warming up, so he's expecting to bowl from the town end next over.
So we've got 3 overs remaining, 28 to win. So nearly 10 and over now. It's a required run rate. Tim Coyle will be over the moon with this effort by the Raiders.
Look, he will be. Even if we don't get over the line in this game, he will be very pleased that we've put ourselves in the game. Of course, now we're in the driver's seat.
Chapman to Fraser, hits down to mid-on. Easy catch should be taken, and is by Beatty. It's another wicket. That's 8 down. Fraser didn't quite get the connection he wanted. And the Raiders now in a box seat to take out their second win here today. It'll be a magnificent effort for them to knock off both Lindisfarne and North Hobart.
And make no mistake about whether these boys representing the Raiders are in it to build their game and to have success. The way they're getting around each other here, believing in each other, it's terrific to see. Well done, well held by Beatty. Right on the money again, first delivery from John O. Chapman. Yes, we hold the cards at the minute.
If they win this, so they go above South Hobart Sandy Bay to finish 3rd in the competition, and that's a pretty outstanding effort.
Yeah, this is a
just the 3rd season in the competition.
Yep.
From humble beginnings, now starting to really take it up to some of the big teams. So the batsman cross, McMillan's back on strike to Chapman. Hits through the covers. Let's get the 1.
And again, Spencer Hayes, who's been out there all day, both games, and has always been able to save the 2. And what is a really long boundary, so excellent fielding.
Ian Carlisle to the crease. Catching's been great all day from the Raiders, Richard. I can't remember too many going down.
No, look, Wicketkeeper had a little bit of a problem the first game with
Stumping.
1 or 2, Mr. Stumping,
yep.
and a catch, but that can happen. And apart from that, the outfielding's been excellent.
8 for 99 is a score. Chapman now to Carlisle. He hits it in the air. No one's going to get underneath it. It just goes mid-off, sort of a leading edge there. So just the 1 run. It's the 100 up for North Hobart. 8 for 100. 26 to win. 2.4 overs. 2.3 overs. So they're well spread here. I think they'd be happy to give McMillan the single at the moment, Richard. Get the other batter on strike, and McMillan does get a single to
Hold.
point.
Yep.
Just holds the ball. Happy with the one.
You might have to take us home from here, Dave. I'm getting a bit excited.
8 for 101.
Well done. Good poise in the field. Omani could have easily chosen to have a shot at the stumps then and concede an overthrow, but he held the ball. Ones are okay.
So Carlisle, can he be the hero here for North Hobart? His players in the offside for a single. Anthony's will just take it comfortably and hold on to the ball. 8 for 102.
Just showing good maturity in the field here. They're doing everything with a purpose. Not throwing the ball when there's no need to. Not creating any pressure on each other. Really mature. I'd like just to see that fella backward of point a little bit finer there, because I think that's where the boundary's coming.
Chapman in this time to McMillan, who gets it through slip. That was the gap there that between backward point and the keeper, and that's running away for 4. So there's life in this game yet while Rob McMillan is at the crease with his experience. So 4 runs.
I think that was the spot I was referring to.
8 for 106.
There we go.
So 20 to win from 2 overs. So we're still game on here.
It is still game on. Whilst James Beattie's an excellent bowler, if he does drop one short, that's one area where he can go the journey. If he's full and straight, I think we're in the driver's seat here. That's an old-fashioned request, though, the old full and straight, isn't it?
Well,
or top of off.
That's the one.
Yeah.
So Beattie now.
Still, I think you've this late in the game, you've got to guard against that edge 4. So John O. Chapman's putting up his hand, asking for permission to go back to the boundary at third man, and that's exactly where he's going. So this is a good field. We've got the man on the leg side, Cooper Antis, is up in the circle, and they have to have 4 in the circle, so that's okay.
Beattie now here to Carlisle. Hits it to cover, risky single, and once again the fielder doesn't shy at the stumps, concedes the single. They need a bit more than singles just at the moment, so 8 for 107, 19 to win off 11 balls. That's certainly possible. The 2 wickets in hand is the issue at the moment. McMillan is batting well. He's 12 from 13.
So
can he get them home?
So again, third man back, but fine leg up.
Beattie, left arm over to McMillan. Doesn't get full purchase on that shot down the ground. They go the first one hard. They think about 2, but the fielding is well executed. They just get the 1 run. 8 for 108. 18 required off 10 balls. Carlisle back on strike. Just repeating, we'll have a quick 30-second wrap-up at the conclusion of the game. Straight to the medal show with Rob Foggo. Beattie now to Carlisle. Hits into the covers. They'll get a single. And Raiders here doing well. They're happy to concede those singles because the run rate required, or the effort required to get the total just keeps going up and up. 8 for 109. So 17 to get from 9 balls. McMillan back on strike. A couple of boundaries here urgently required as Beattie comes into McMillan. And that's a wide. And that was well taken there by Elliston Buckley in the end, because that was a very full wide.
Yes, it was not not far from being a no ball.
Yeah, being off the pitch there.
Yeah.
So Beattie just losing his control there, conceding in a run. He comes again to McMillan. And McMillan hits into the covers, gets it through. This might go out towards the boundary. The fielder gets around well. Does the fielding cleanly, so 2 runs.
Yeah, 2 loose deliveries from Beattie, 2 full tosses outside off stump, and that's not where he wants it.
8 for 112, 14 to get. 8 balls remaining. So Rob McMillan, club coach, experienced campaigner, once again faces Beattie. He hits this one in the covers. They get a quick single. Carlisle back on strike. 8 for 113.
That was about a low full toss just outside off stump. There's really not much the batsman could do with that.
13 required off 7.
Big last ball of this over.
Certainly is.
If we gave away a 4 at the end of the last one, we can ill afford the same off this one.
Hope you're enjoying the cricket here on City Park Radio.
I'd really look for an opportunity to take the fine leg back to the boundary. I'm not sure where it happens, but...
Welcome to the stream if you've just joined in. As Beattie to Carlisle, who moves across, then misses, outside off stump, dot ball. Smart bowling there from Beattie.
Well done.
13 to win off the last over.
And Jono Chapman to bring us home. You told me I wasn't allowed to say us. I had to be more neutral.
You've done it so many times, I've given up. We've got nearly 40 people watching the stream now, which is great to see. That's grown throughout this game. And lots of people listening, of course, on City Park Radio. 2 overs to go. Exciting finish. 1 over to go. Exciting finish. Chapman, the ball's in good hands here. But a boundary or 2 early in the over will really increase the pressure here. Let's see what happens. Chapman to McMillan, who drives. Can't beat the inner circle. 1 run, and that's pretty important because that puts Carlisle back on strike. Nice sharp fielding there by Anthys.
So for both batsmen, we've got 5 on the off and 4 on the leg. So quite a traditional defensive field. 2 in the circle on each side.
12 to win. 5 balls remaining. Chapman into Carlisle, play and a miss. And probably a risky situation there for the Raiders because an edge there with third man being a little bit wider, that would have meant 4 runs, but no contact was made.
Captain is sneaking in here at long on. Not sure why. I think he just wants to be involved.
4 balls remaining. 12 to win. This time, Carlisle, Yorker. Oh, gee, and that was nearly a run out. It deflected off the hand of Chapman, and it nearly hit that off stump there, or that third stump.
It was an extraordinary one. Usually when that happens, the ball deflects quickly to the stumps, but on that occasion, Chapman had most of it, and the ball was rolling back towards the stumps directly at us, and you could see it just sneak past the stump, and the batsman was well out.
But from a North Hobart point of view, they get McMillan back on strike.
And the equation, Dave?
It's 11 to win off 3 deliveries.
Big ball.
What can McMillan do here as Chapman comes in? He goes for the big drive. He misses. It's not a wide. It's a dot ball. 2 balls remaining. Now requires 2 maximums to get them home.
And Captain Wood marches from long off to have a word to his bowler. He's happy that he's got the message through. They're going to keep the same field, and Wood will go back to long off.
It's hard to believe there were none for 31 at one stage, 1 for 40. And they're going to struggle to get this total as this one's hit at the onside. And this could be a 4.
It is.
That's a 4 runs. Probably not going to get them close enough.
A low full toss that it meant the batsman was able to get under it.
So 119 now. Here's the worry I've had all night. The scoreboard says 6 to win, but that to me a 6 would tie the scores. So I just hope. Well, either way, that would be a super over. But to me, the score is 125, the first score. So they need 126, so they actually need 7 to win.
So we need...
6 would be a tie and take us to a super over.
So full and outside off stump, but not too outside off stump. And
a wide is certainly not required.
4 is okay.
Last ball of the game, Chapman to McMillan, who hits it into the onside, but he won't get a 4. It'll be a run out, in fact, will it? No, Carlisle makes it home. But, gee, the Raiders are pretty happy with themselves there. They gather together in the middle of the ground. 2 fantastic wins over 2 great sides in the Cricket Tasmania Premier League. Final score there, 8 for 120. So they win by 5 runs. Outstanding effort by the young Greater Northern Raiders. Good effort with the bat towards the end of the innings from Chapman. And when you think back, Richard, that last partnership there with, I think it was Chapman and, help me out. Oh,
I can't.
Can't remember.
Brody Hayes.
Brody Hayes, that's it.
Yep.
That little partnership at the end of 20-odd was really valuable, and it got them that little buffer that got them to 125, and Hobart couldn't get there.
We thought it was always below par, but the way that we hung in the field, and Cooper Anthus, when he came on, he took a wicket in each of his 4 overs, turned the game, excellent fielding from the Raiders, and look, it wouldn't be too big a thing to say that this has been a strong and important day for cricket in the northern half of the state.
Yep.
Fantastic for them to be able to have the opportunity to play here and, being able to hold their heads up high and more than that. Well done to City Park Radio for supporting local sport and in particular cricket in the northern half of the state. Been a terrific day here at UTAS Stadium.
Very much a great day for the Greater Northern Raiders. 2 wins against Lindisfarne and North Hobart. It's 25 minutes past 9. It's time for the medal show. Thanks very much to Chris Ball back in the studio, who's been there all day. Thanks to you, Richard.
My pleasure. Well
no
done.
worries. And we cross back to the studio now for Rob Foggo and the medal show. Okay. No worries, all good. Hey Rob. Mate.
Yeah.
Good, yeah. Good night. Yeah, good day's cricket. Boys played well.
That's John Young picked up, Mark, is that?
Joey Bennett wanted to go and see the boys after the game. So
Oh, it's good, wasn't it?
Go for it.
No, it comes up pretty bright on the...
Sorry?
Comes up pretty bright on the camera.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with this because it's not.
I don't know what they're...
This is not my baby. This one. I know he wants to leave it here for the girls going tomorrow.
I'll just lock it up, mate.
Yeah.
Lock up that area.
So that's.
I assume is it plugged in?
Yeah.
Oh, that's all right. We'll leave it plugged in, I reckon.
Yeah. Just let it go. Yeah, good night's cricket.
There you go. Couple of good games. You did the early game, or did you do the whole three?
The first and the third one went over.
Yeah.
And the middle one. But Corley's going well.
Yes.
They got fielding well, confident.
Yep.
You got kids on them. They're playing against first class cricketers.
There you go.
Pycroft.
There's a few in that team who
Yeah. Pycroft and Jewel and others. Yeah. So we're getting ready for the footy season.
Yeah, let's hope, mate. Let's hope we
get one. Mr. Last, geez, the surface is good. I walked out there before. It's just
yeah, it's bloody, it's terrific for both now. We've actually got We've got to chunk it up a bit, make it a bit longer for the footy season, but she's nice for cricket now.
So cricket finished tomorrow, does it?
We got a game Thursday.
Thursday, okay.
And a game Saturday.
Right, okay.
So,
yep.
I'm not sure who's playing in both of those games.
I think the women are playing tomorrow, aren't they?
Women are playing tomorrow, so yeah, we've got 3 more games.
Yeah, with the Big Bash and 7 games rained out, unfortunately.
Oh, that was a bit unfortunate. Yeah, but look, from that perspective, the deck seemed to play pretty well.
It did, yeah.
It's a bit of a pity the Hurricanes don't seem to be able to get up here, but Alex Carey likes it.
It sounds great.
How are you, mate? G'day, mate.
Yeah, gee, what a good day. Yeah, I'm going well, thanks.
Bloody terrific day.
How about that?
Yeah, that was awesome.
Fancy having 2 good wins like that.
Yeah.
And that far away from the final spot.
Oh, did you get a final spot?
No, I missed
relying on going down to Hobart.
They only missed out by 4 runs or something.
Newtown had to beat University and University won by 4 runs.
Oh, bugger. Oh, well.
So Frog Box is not you, is it?
No, we're just going to leave that there.
This one is though?
Yeah.
And this one?
Yeah, that's it.
You're going to take it to the car first up? Is that the idea?
Yeah, why not?
Right.
Yep. Where's there a beer on?
There is a beer on, yeah.
Okay.
Corley's coach, do you reckon there'll be a beer on? Do you reckon you've got everything, Dave?
Yeah.
You know what you've got, I suppose.
Absolutely.
Thanks, mate. Really good access. Really good access this time, wasn't it? You know, I've got girls tomorrow. Aims next week. You're loving every second of it.
Oh, no, mate, it's good. I sat in the bar all day. And
did you?
Yeah, no. Well, right. For the cause.